Hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of the One in the Chamber tournament playoff stream. Today we got for you the latter half of the European playoffs, which is a third place decider match, a show match, and then finally, grand finals. I'm Lecter, and I'm joined by my co-caster, Tifted.
Hi there. I'm Tifted. I live in Australia, and I've developed tier 2 maps for a long time, and I've developed the map Slums for this tournament. Basically, we're here to cast these three matches, the bronze match, and the show match, and the grands, three high-stakes matches, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, I'm sure. So let's get into it.
Yeah, so today, in case you don't know, we're playing One in the Chamber, which is a completely custom-made format based on the Call of Duty game mode from Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, which has become very popular in other games since then. It consists of teams of 5, all spies, and all the weapons. Like the only things that are allowed are the stock knife and the revolvers, and all the revolvers are essentially the same thing, and everything one-shots. The health situation doesn't really matter because of that, and if you kill someone, you get 1 bullet back. You only have 1 bullet to start out with, so if you get a knife kill, you can get 2, but otherwise, it's going to be very, very, you got to be very careful with your ammo, because you will run out.
So far, we've actually had like a couple scenarios where players have got multiple consecutive stabs and actually stocked up more than 2 bullets, and then just miss them all, as you do.
Yeah, it's always funny to see people trying to go for something big like that, and then ultimately almost like greeding a little bit too much and then losing it all. Those are obviously some of the risky things that you have to deal with in this game mode. A lot of fun.
We are only human. Yeah, and the mechanic that is definitely not going to be like it's definitely something we're going to need to explain, is that like if you do get a backstab or a headshot, you get your next shot is actually penetrative like a Machina shot. So there's actually an incentive for you to still go to backstabs, even though knifing someone from the front will already one shot.
Yeah, it's true. It really gives those spy mains, those trick stabbers, something to go for. You know, a little bit of a. And the same goes for the headshot as well. Like the headshot gives you the penetrative shot. So
Yeah,
it's very cool. Adds a little bit of that skill ceiling. Let's see if we can get some collaterals today. I know we had one yesterday, I think in the NA side, and that was that was very cool to see in a real playoffs match, to see people get the collateral. It was very hype.
yeah, it's kind of the stars really have to align for it to even happen, because not only do you have to get the backstab or headshot, you have to then survive, wait for your opponents to line up for you, very nice of them, and then you have to hit the shot. So
Yeah, exactly. You have to play it well.
So basically, if you see it in the crowd there, you're like legally obliged to type "Yo, oh my god" or something in the chat.
Yeah, and everybody's gonna clip it for sure and save it.
Yeah, and like send it to all your friends and tell them that this new Fortress Faceoffs event is really awesome, and actually, especially this Koth Slums map. Yeah.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah. So basically, what we've got here, if I'm informed correctly, is that we're basically just going to be having a few best of 1 sets, like best of 7 on the map, but if you lose the map, you've lost the set and you're out, and the first match is going to be bronze, so the team who wins will be claiming the prestigious 3rd place, and the team who doesn't will be claiming 4th, losers. And that's what we're going to get into after this. Fellow Aussie, says someone in the chat. Hello. Oh yeah, I was misinformed. It's best of 3 set, so you play up to 3 maps. But of course, you know how best of 3 works. If you can 2-0 them.
So that's a little bit longer matches than we got yesterday, because yesterday it was only 1 map and first to 3. Now we got first to 4 and potentially 3 maps. So it'd be very long matches here today if the teams are balanced. It'd be very cool to see, obviously. More
very fun matches as well, of course.
Yeah, hopefully these teams have been doing very well so far in the tournament. Been a lot of fun seeing them pop off against each other. Like even some of the teams that didn't make it this far, they did really well. Like there's a lot of very back and forth kind of matches, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, and obviously, like as a map designer, I've observed that Koth is really at its best when it's more back and forth, like it's like you want to see the point change hands back and forth, right? And it's like I always observed in KOTH that the worst rounds are where the first team would take the point, holds it for 3 minutes, and then nothing happens. You know, you want a nice back and forth. You want it to feel like at every turn your team had a chance. You want there to be like a nice intense overtime at the end. And
Yeah, I
hopefully we're going to observe some of that.
There's more fun to watch as well.
Yeah, and we're here for both because we are casually competitive. We want to make sure our players have fun, and so do our and so do our viewers. And one thing I am hoping for personally is that we can get a VScript version of this game mode out in the workshop, so that you, the players, can also enjoy it. But that might take a month or two to arrive.
That would be very cool, yeah. So anyone at home can like just grab some friends and play together, you know.
Yeah, and especially after we saw the success of the commercial success of Versus Act and Hail, I think something like this could really take off.
Yeah. Well, the format itself is really fun because it's actually a very fast-paced like game mode. Oh, someone redeemed hydration. Wait 1 sec. We gotta hydrate. Hydration check.
I'm hydrated. Don't you worry about me.
Hell yeah. But yeah, it's a very fast-paced game mode because everything is a one-shot, right? So there's a lot of cool strats that result from that, and a lot of the maps are chosen and built as well, right? Slums and Digside, they're both built for the format, or well, taken from other games, but you know what I'm saying. And so they play really well for the format. There's a lot of cool little angles, little hiding spots, or just long, big angles that you can hold. And obviously going for a long-range shot, I mean, you can, snipe someone from super far away, but it's harder to go for that shot. It's riskier. And so stuff like that, I think, is really fun for the format. It really gives people that, it gives you that ability to pop off. If you're feeling confident, you're landing your shots, you're really aggressive, you're going for it, you can get some really cool plays. And we've seen players get like these 4 pieces, these like 5 pieces, these 3 pieces like that are really fast and really flashy, but they just shoot every bullet in a row because something to note about the game mode is that the revolvers don't actually have the accuracy downside that the revolvers normally have when you shoot them fast. And so you can just keep really shooting and shooting and shooting. Fast plays. Yeah, exactly. And so because you get the bullet back, and suddenly like you just wipe the entire team.
Yeah, and with the map design, yeah, like some things I've observed is that like obviously a lot of height is good because that kind of equalizes because obviously if you miss your shot and you're on your knife, you're meant to be disadvantaged, right? But the presence of height can actually sort of equalize that because you can jump down on someone and knife them even if you miss them. And also a strat I've observed a lot is people like to charge through doorways with their knife, and their opponent can't actually react in time to shoot them before they get knifed. So that's a big strategy.
Yeah, that's pretty clever, actually. I never even considered that. I played the game quite a bit, but nice.
Yeah, and with the maps as well, we have 5 maps: Slums, Dig Site, Horizon, Skylock, and Fjord. These are all community-made custom maps. A lot of them are actually older. I think Horizon is from 2017, and Skylock is from 2018, and Fjord is from 2022, or I think this year. And and a lot of those are they kind of went overlooked when they were first made, but they're actually we found that they were all actually pretty good maps, and importantly they have very unique themes and point designs between each of them. So gameplay around the control points for each of them is going to be very unique, very fun to watch, very fun to play.
Yeah, for sure. The maps are very different from one another. That's a really cool thing about the map pool, and definitely the fact that they're also obviously very unknown maps that very few people have played. It's really cool to expose people to this in a game where these maps work really well as well. It's really cool how that kind of comes together for a couple of things.
Yeah, and if I can give a shout out, one map I really advocated for, really wanted to see, which I think is just a really fun KOTH map, is KOTH Cut Bank. So if you guys like this tournament, give Fjord, give Skylock, and give Horizon, your support on the workshop, and maybe they can have a resurgence and become super popular. And obviously, yeah, a lot of people haven't heard of Skylock. But also, Slums and Dig Site are going to hit the Steam Workshop eventually. are pretty much fully ready now. So I know personally that I'll be putting up slums pretty much right after this is over. So you in the audience can look forward to that. A new Koth map to play. Hang on, someone redeemed posture check, so I've got to sit up straight like I'm in the Navy.
Check. Yeah, I'm not looking at chat too much because my setup is a bit scuffed. I have so many things open. I'm sorry, chat.
Hey,
I'll
chat is a streamer's best resource, the gold mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I couldn't give you like a link straight away to create skin creation guide, but I'm sure you can just Google it and find something relatively quickly how to create skins in TF2. Or if you mean war paint, so there's plenty on that. I tried like for summer I considered just like throwing away like all like decency and just like cranking out war paints instead of actually making a map. But instead I just outpassed a few maps and threw them all in the workshop, and none of them got in the game. So sad
just
me.
keep trying, you know. Maybe you keep at it, and then maybe they'll add it. They'll add one. I know CS:GO like weapon skin makers, and they've made like 50 of them, and only one has gotten added. And it's like all of these skins are so beautiful. What are you guys doing about?
Well, yeah, I mean,
never too late.
I'm not too bothered because I don't do it for the money. I do it to make, you know, stuff that maps which are original, stuff that people have never seen before and is fun and beautiful.
It seems like a fun creative outlet as well, making stuff like that, and maps too, actually.
I think it's a lot better than. I mean, I'm sure this is going to offend some people, but I think it's a lot more involved than painting or writing a book or whatever, because it's just there's so many variables to consider. And I have written a bunch of guides on how to make,
I would say,
on how to design maps well on tier2maps.net. And my username on everything is always Tifted. Except for Fortnite, where I think my username right now is Notorious Rizzler. So not so proud of that one.
Oh, you got the Riz though.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Fortnite player, you got to have a Fortnite player name. So yeah, one in the chamber. It's gonna be hype. It's already been hype, actually. I watched some of the playoffs yesterday. And there were some cool plays. Like you said, there was a collat.
Actual collat, those are so rare. As much as I've played the format so far.
Yeah, I remember I gambled in Twitch chat yesterday. I bet like 280 points, and I had the goal of sending the chat into emote-only mode to basically troll. And luckily, the team I bet on did win, so I was able to grief the chat. So memorable occurrence. And yeah. Is it? It's not really ethical to push the keep gambling meme on stream. But basically, yeah, yesterday we saw like a collat. I saw gameplay on my map Slums, which was very, very exciting. Chat's talking about how the sun is radiant behind you.
I mean, it must be really cool seeing people actually like participate and play like, you know, super sweatily on like a map that you personally made. Like, has there been like anything like, have people like surprised you in like the ways that they've been able to use the map?
Not too much. Like in an early version of the map, there were actually 2 barrels that you could hide inside, and I was very surprised to learn that. And of course, I fixed it straight away. But the stuff like getting on top of the fences, hiding in the palm trees. You know, some people see me as an evil community mapper, but I intended all of that basically, and all of like.
Yeah, I love the palm tree spot. I was really disappointed in chat yesterday that nobody was using it.
Yeah, I saw. I think it just took too much time to get up to.
Yeah, it's true. You need like a proper team wipe or something to really like give you that security. They're gonna be able to get there without, you know, getting shot on the way. It's kind of niche, but it's definitely really good if you can get there.
Ming, hang on, sorry, I was reading chat. Yeah, I saw like the fights around the fountain on slums. I really liked because the fountain is little development secret here. The fountain is something that was not developed by me, and I looked at it and it was just like such an absolutely beautiful base for a combat area. So I built the map to make sure people could come at it from all angles, basically, and you would like walk around the fountain and use the little rails that I added as cover, and it would be a really intense fight around the point.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely plays out very well. I think a lot of the fights do take place around like the point and the fountain area, so that like coinciding together is like really nice.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fountain was just an absolute gift, and I tried to make as good use of it as possible. And
Did
also,
you have to censor the horse statue, or was it already censored?
the horse statue. Honestly, I don't really. You know, whenever I see a statue of a horse, the first place I look is not down there. But as far as I know, it is uncensored.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does. It was funny though.
Yeah, and the other map, the other custom map that was developed, Dig Site. I actually watched the VOD just so I could see some gameplay on that, and you know, it also like its point area. It's really different from the fountain. It's like at the top of these two ramps, and it's this kind of bridge, and it's got these like little wood walls that you can strafe jump around. You know, a really
Yeah,
slick strat.
it has very extreme
Good for the
verticality. It's just
competition.
really cool.
Yeah,
For all sorts of reasons with the game, like the melee and the shooting. Both of that, the extreme verticality is actually very dynamic. Kind of cool.
yeah, absolutely. It just makes it so much more fun to use the knife. Sorry, chat member from probably a few minutes ago. I cannot hit the gritty. I'm sitting down. Yeah, so as I said earlier, all the control point areas are really unique, and when I played them in like the playtests and stuff like that, I you know I just I really had fun in really different ways on all of them. Like you've got the fountain on slums, you've got the covered bridge on dig site, you've got the big circular helipad area on fjord where you can go directly into it or around the side. You've got the you got the
I
Skylock
really
where
like
it's on a raised bridge and you can
yeah, I
shoot
thought
under it,
Skylock was
which is
really
a lot of
cool.
people have happening. Yeah,
I,
Skylock is
was it
probably the most spy techy one we have. It has that super cool detail where there's that world map above the point and it changes color based on which team owns the point.
Yeah, I mean the map generally it has like a cool layout and stuff like the aesthetics and stuff. It's like it feels like it's like this cool underground bunker thing. Like the only place outside is like your spawn, and that looks kind of normal. Then you go into like this base looking thing. It's very cool. Like really gives me that like Spy Kids kind of vibe where it's just like oh shit, there's like this giant like what's that like platypus from that cartoon called like that kind of base that's just underneath
Harry
something
the
that you wouldn't
Platypus
expect. Yeah, exactly, Perry. Like
from
you would
Phineas
never
and
expect
Ferb.
that's just under the house, but it's there. You know, it's like it's really cool. It kind of gives that vibe. I didn't see it too much though yesterday, which is a shame.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I did notice in
Slums and
chat room
Dig Site were only
someone
played
pointed
once
out.
each.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I think the most prevalent map so far has been Horizon, actually, which is kind of interesting. I guess it's got more of the competitive DNA in it, though, where it's just sort of just through routes to a flat area. Not
Yeah,
to
it has a
not to shame the medium, though. Of course, it plays very well.
yeah, it has a like a relatively basic layout. It's very comprehensible, and I mean, it's almost like I found difficulty actually coming up with callouts for that map just because it's like it's pretty like simple in that sense. It doesn't have like a ton of like Slums and Dicks. I both have tons of like little detailing things going on, so it's very easy to make callouts for everything. But on Horizon, it has struggled with that a little bit more. Uh,
Yeah,
but I guess some people might prefer that as well, right?
that actually gave me a bit of difficulty. Yeah, that gave me a little difficulty outpassing slums because I had to like kind of consider it with callouts in mind because I typically never develop my maps with competitive play in mind. So it's just like I try to detail it well, and detailing well does mean detailing creatively and putting something new in every room. But typically I don't do it specifically for callouts. So I was very interested to learn what the callouts would be for slums.
Yeah, I mean, Slubs has a lot of very good like things that you can use. Like the plaza is one. Like plaza is as a call out. You don't really have that on a lot of maps, but it works really well, and it's like a short word, like flows well, and it makes total sense with the area. So stuff like that, like plaza, palm, even horse, like it's just stuff like
Of
that. It's
course.
like excellent.
Yeah, the most iconic the most iconic parts of slums to me might surprise some people. Like, obviously, I think mid is really iconic, but I have actually, do you know the little indoor room before the little brick building before the point, where it's got like a bunch of wood beams behind a destroyed plaster wall?
Like, is it the little room on the one side of the mid that sort of like funnels one side of rooftop area to the other side of rooftop area, like together in that one room, and people kind of sit on the head glitch? Is that the one you mean, or?
I think
Wait,
we're
let
I
me
think
see
we're talking
the.
about the same area, but
Mm,
it's like a yellow plaster
they
building.
call
It's
it.
got
It's called
pipes in
battery.
the
The call
walls.
out for it.
Battery, really? I would have
Or
called it
is it? Or
something
is it
completely
elbow?
different.
Wait.
Elbow sounds reasonable, but it's just like that's just the most absolutely iconic part of the map to me. I would probably call that like plaster or like drywall or something, just because it's got the destroyed wall. And I'm checking this out because obviously,
We just got. Yeah, we just received word that. Yeah, so we just got word that One Shot actually did not show up for the bronze match, so they will be dropping out, and the win will go to One Tech, and then we will shortly move on to the show match.
congratulations, Warrior Tech, amazing play.
Woohoo! They got third place. Woohoo! Everyone, give it up! Claps in chat. Let's go.
So yeah,
Yeah,
now we get
it's
to go
really
on
too
to
bad.
the vastly more exciting show match. So if there's a perk, it's that.
True, the show match is going to be very interesting for a myriad of reasons.
Are we allowed to
None of which
spoil it?
I'm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're allowed to spoil it, but I'm kind of leaning towards keep it on the DL for now.
Okay. I think the area I'm thinking of actually doesn't have a call out. So that's pretty. Yeah, it's like the things that a map developer will remember about their own map are so different from what the players will remember.
This is very true. Yeah, I mean, I made one shot map, and I was like, "Oh, this plays really well," and then everyone was like, "No, I can't figure anything out." So like the experience from making a map and like playing it as someone who hasn't made it is totally different. Like, it's very
Yeah,
very interesting.
well, for that kind of thing, you just have to playtest it a lot.
Yeah, but people always they'll always notice stuff that you don't notice, and you'll always be noticing things that no player will ever notice. It's like the funny with game design, really.
Yeah, 3 Clicks Philip, I remember, he's basically one of the reasons I got into map development, and he always said that. Oh god, what did he say? I've blanked. Hang on. Yeah, he always keenly remembers the music he was listening to when he was developing a particular map, when he thinks about that map, and I have to say it's the same for me. And I
Yeah, I
only
kind of get
listened
what you're
to
coming
a
from.
little of the James Bond movie themes when making slums. My favorite one is the Casino Royale opening, if anyone knows.
I mean, I've probably heard it, but I'm really bad at recalling stuff by names. Like, it just like
Nah,
it
that's
doesn't
right.
matter what it is. It's just the general thing.
Yeah,
Because I'm
I
pretty sure
think
I've seen most of the James Bonds. Should know
I
that.
I'm very green with the James Bond movies. I only started watching them recently, but it's convenient because this contest, you know, it's got very clear James Bond vibes. You know,
True. Yeah. There was so
you're
there
the
was this
man with the
art
golden
contest,
gun.
right? Yeah, there's this art contest, and I saw some James Bond 007 looking art as well. That was really cool. Like
I was
cool
disappointed there
like
wasn't
mix of
more.
themes. Yes, it kind of same. Like it's like it's not. I mean, it isn't super obvious, but at the same time, it kind of is, right? So you would kind of expect to see like some people repping because James Bond is hugely popular. At least you would expect.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the TF2 achievement names are obviously named after various James Bond stuff. Like there's really the dumbest one is probably Sean Connery, the achievement for decapitating demon men or decapitating spies, maybe. Monsieur the Chief from Casino Royale, yes. Um,
Cat always knows.
so Sorry, I just got excited because someone referenced a movie that I'd watched. That doesn't happen often.
Yeah, someone actually said in chat a little bit ago that they really like the detailing on Dig's side, like all the posters and stuff. And some insight about that is that most of those posters, I'm pretty sure they were custom made as well by some of the
Yeah.
artists on the that help out with the on the Fortress Faceoff team. So that's really cool. The fact that you notice that they're really cool, that they seem custom. Yeah, I mean they are. People put some real cool work into that. Like big shout outs to them.
Yeah, they're awesome. We know. But yeah, a lot of the posters on Dig site and Slums are custom made. I'm a man of many skills. I added dirt to some of the textures on Slums because it's a very dirty map. Because it's
Yeah, it is. It is. It does have a good like that. It's really like a cool detail to add to the slums because it is just you would expect it to be filthy. Like you wouldn't expect the slums to be like shiny CS2 lighting, sparkly clean. Like you would actually expect it to be really dirty. That's
yeah,
a
and
cool
it's
attention
like
to detail.
I have no shortage of experience with dirty places in real life. So
That's
I was
definitely
kind of the
sounds
perfect
great
man
out
for
of
the job.
context.
Yeah, I just love going down dark alleyways to buildings with dubious purposes. That's so me.
Especially at night.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so hopefully we will have some Showmatch gameplay very soon. I know chat has been their patience have been strained, but luckily they have the patience of a saint, don't you, chat? So we'll have no problem.
Yeah, I see the players. Some of the players already in the server now, starting to fill up. So,
So
pretty
yeah,
cool.
we still have Bring Home Bronze FR Roingus. Yeah, so I don't know if we can. Like, I know last time in the playoffs we had a game view of just the warm ups. So if we could get that again, chat finally seeing gameplay would be good.
Just hungry for that gameplay.
Oh yeah, is Rungus the one who got the collab?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Because I remember someone posted a clip of it somewhere. They were like, "Oh, look at this! We actually got a collat in the playoffs." So it's the hype thing.
Yeah.
They are
You know what, we
officially
should
the
have had.
best team. Even if they don't win, they're still the best team because they got the collat.
What we should, something we should have done is and perhaps still could, is we should have had like some kind of like thug finals where we had like deathmatch with the players of the top team of each region, and whoever wins gets to say they're James Bond officially.
like a little cage match between the winners.
Yeah.
Decide who really is the greatest spot.
Or like the MVP of every team, but I guess that's what this show match is for. So
yeah, that is kind of what
maybe this
yeah.
is for the right to be James Bond if you're the MVP of this match.
Yeah, because then you're the MVP of the MVPs.
Yeah, a man
That's like
amongst
MVP
men.
squared right there. Very cool.
Right, so it looks like we finally got gameplay. So get hyped, chat.
Get a nice little look at this custom map here.
Mm-hmm. This is one that's not in the main map pool, so this is your only chance to see it.
Yeah, the map name is Koth Ahau, and I'm pretty sure it was made for the main update, as you can tell by some of the detailing and stuff. Or at least it was made for that update idea alongside, like all these other maps that were dev by all these different people. It looks really good, just like a lot of those maps from that like series of like maps, themed maps.
From
really
back
good.
in
I really like
2016, 7 years ago.
Yeah,
and I remember that because this and Frontline were one of the main reasons I ever opened Hammer in the first place and started making maps. And then as I grew older, I grew out of those because they had kind of because we all know Mayan didn't really get in the game, and then everyone sort of forgot about it. But remembering it now, and
paying it
I ended up making a bunch of bright sunny maps instead, which I think is a great improvement to my life. Nothing against these themes though; they were worked very, very hard on.
Yeah, it's kind of cool with because with Man of War we we kind of paid homage to a lot of the frontline maps that were made for that. We tried out a lot of different ones for the format as well. Like there's a lot of maps that didn't make it into the final product that nobody really got to play, but we tested most of them, see if they would be fun, just as long as they fit the theme. And that was really cool, like getting to experience those maps in like because typically you can only walk around in them on like an empty offline server essentially, right? So actually playing on them for once is really cool.
That's always been the problem with workshop maps. You know, you see them and they look so cool, but you rarely ever actually get a chance to play them because so few servers these days actually run custom maps. I remember I was kind of lucky to play a lot of the summer maps before they got in the game, but I remember I think the only one I would have played if it hadn't been in playtesting would have been Cashworks, and Cashworks is just, in my opinion, an absolutely amazing payload map. Because I know this is a big tangent
as well, right?
Yeah, it was made in 2009 for the very same payload contest that Frontier was made for, and it actually won first place over Frontier.
Yeah, I heard that. It's like a bit controversial at the time.
Yeah, the contest is kind of funny because the contest was in 2009, right? But Frontier was actually only added to the game 2 years later in 2011, and it took Cashworks 12 more years after that. So
yeah.
I guess Frontier was the real winner. But in reality, it's me who's the winner because they're both absolutely amazing PL maps and I love them.
Yeah, they're both definitely very fun. Easy maps to get into as well, like if you want a pub. So there's some maps out there, like you want to play them, it's kind of rare to get them, but fortunately these maps aren't like that.
Yeah, and that's like, because that's another thing I talked about earlier, is like all the 5 maps from this tournament and even this Showmatch one, how it's like, no one would play these, you know, if it wasn't for us. So that's why I'm really hoping they get more attention after this.
Yeah, it's true.
And maybe get like servers hosting them in their map pool, because I think like, you know, no one ever knew about Skylock, but I think it's a really fun Koth map and deserves more attention.
Yeah, I mean, I have some nitpicks about that map, but I don't think. Like the map is like some small like asymmetricalities, but outside of that, it's very nice. And it's like really subtle stuff. It's like on one side there's toxic barrels, and on the other side they put like these black ammo boxes. Like it's just like subtle stuff, but it does make like very small differences. So.
Yeah, I'm one of those people who always get like, if there's a medium health and medium ammo pack along a map's line of symmetry and it's like mildly asymmetrical, like one team gets the medium health, one team gets the medium ammo, I will freak out about that even though it doesn't matter.
Yeah, kind of same. I remember like there was this cup. I think it was like this supposed to be like a 5v5 with like one of each class or something. And we played on, I think it's a Halloween map, like Molder Grove, but we played on the normal version. So the non-event version. Yeah, Undergrove. And that has the same thing. Like on one side there's this little cliff and there's like a half ammo pack and a small health kit, and it just made me so angry. Like oh man. It's just such a small thing, but like immediately I just want to call the map unplayable and never touch it again. Just out of principle, you know. Yeah, it seems we're having a little bit of technical difficulties regarding the show match, so hold on for that. It wouldn't, you know, it's Fortress Faceoffs playoffs, so what else is new?
But don't worry, we will have the match for you at some point.
Yeah, we will have gaming. It's true.
We'll spy gaming, as people say.
Well, not for the show match. Hopefully.
Well, they're spies right now, and we aren't allowed to spoil the show match. So they may or may not be spies going forward.
I like how people are actually using the pretty machete. It's just so cool because it doesn't have animation. It just looks really silly.
You just swipe at them. You're dying.
Yeah, it just has like the normal melee animations for everything. It's actually like such a good practice knife because of that. Because you have to like figure out on your own whether it's gonna one shot or not. In normal TF2, of course.
Well, in this too, because you need the backstab.
Oh, true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can still get the crits, the pen shot. It's true. I do sleep on that a little bit.
One thing I did observe as well is that like charging around doors is a strategy, like I said earlier, right? But what I observed during the playtest, and I don't know how true this still is, that like the bigger of like a mob you are, the more clumped up your team is, the more of an advantage you actually seem to have because you just totally overwhelm the enemy team who are usually at least a little split up.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting
So
into this during rollout time, but there's like because there's I want to say there's like two like doctrines you could follow here, right? And I've seen teams do either. It's really like you either ball up as like 5 players and you push together and you overwhelm people with the fact that you just have a lot of bullets coming out at the same time roughly, or you kind of like spread out and you kind of play meticulously and you're trying to figure out where they are and you're trying to get picks that way, and then if you get one pick, you sort of push through there. Um, almost closer to CS where you're really trying to find like you're trying to create a hole in a hole and then push through there, right? Um,
yeah, I totally
and so
thought during
teams will
playtest
do either,
that
really.
bunching up was going to become the meta, but I'm pleased to see that it hasn't because I thought it would be a very stale.
Yeah, the downside of
Universal
clumping
meta.
up is the fact that someone with good aim can do very well at countering it, right? Like you can, you
Mm.
start with your one bullet and there's 5 dudes next to each other. It becomes pretty hard to miss the shot, and then you can kind of keep going like that. So that definitely is one of the downsides as well. If you're having to push through a little choke point, right? Like a map like Fjord has a, there's like I think there's 3 routes to get into the mid, and one of them is a one-way drop down. The other is just the main, and the other is like the low ground flank.
Yeah.
And the main one, like if you were to push through that with 5 people from like your lobby into the main, like that is very exposed. Like you're walking through this little
Are we
choke
playing?
point. It's very easy to get picked off, right? So
The server is changing level, it says. So I think we might have match gameplay soon. But yeah,
it sounds correct.
no. But the thing is, like that's obviously very like true what you just said. But the real reason why I figured that bunching up was going to become the meta is because actually you can kind of form like knife gangs where your goal is to basically knife one guy if you're all out of bullets, and he actually like if you're all running at him, he actually just doesn't have the time to shoot you all before you reach him. So you can
That
kind
is
of
definitely
guarantee a kill in
true.
that sense.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought that bunching up was going to become the meta. So we'll see if I've been proven wrong or not.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if you're a bunch of players on the same team and you all don't have bullets, like grouping up and running at someone together is definitely the better way to go typically because they can only shoot one at a time. And I've seen teams like make the mistake there if like they only commit like that one guy and then the one guy dies to like he actually gets meleeed, and then suddenly your enemy just like you just fed a bullet and now your other teammates are getting blasted because you didn't walk together, you sort of walked one by one. And so people will make that mistake. We will see it.
Yeah. So can someone redeem hydrate?
I'll check chat.
Yeah, I've seen some like on Skylock in particular. I've seen some people like holding really sidelong angles. Yes, thank you.
Needed that
And
water.
like sniping from where you like least expect, and just like absolutely incredible aim and all that. That's the real
There's some really
benefit of
cool
this being
spots on
casually
that map.
competitive is that like you get the people with the absolute best aim, and that's what this game mode really runs on. But as someone who maybe does not have the best aim himself, I can attest to this still being reasonably fun if you're not that amazing a player.
And this is true. I do okay at spy sometimes, but I also do not so okay. And even when you're not doing great, it's still fun. Like you miss a shot, your team somehow still wins the fight, and you just go sit in a corner on their side, and suddenly you're getting 2 backstabs in a row, and you're just in their spawn, like tearing it up. Like you can do a lot of really cool stuff in this game. A lot of different ways you can play and different little things you can do.
Yeah, like that's another way to get a bullet back is to stand no fear directly in front of their spawn door and knife them on reaction the moment they open.
Yeah. That's very ballsy, but I guess it does.
I've seen people do it and it's worked.
Yeah, shutters are kind of like that's shutters for you really.
Yeah, I mean, they are. That's another interesting thing about tier 2 is that like with the doors and the resupply lockers, the spawns are designed to give the greatest advantage possible to the people who are actually exiting. And that's also like how I designed slums, because you have all the spawn doors that are reasonably close to each other, but they actually exit into very different areas. So if you're on the outside and you're watching one door and you want to move along and watch another, it's actually a very long time for you, but not a very long time for the people who are exiting. So the people who are exiting have a sort of inherent advantage.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool to think about, like how some rotates are faster for one side than the other.
Yeah, like that's the absolute like basis of map design that a lot of people don't even realize. Is that
Yeah, I
just like
remember like
rotate time is how you make an area easy or difficult to attack or defend?
yeah, I remember like old Italy on CS was like a big offender where like if you were T side you couldn't rotate back, and now they're trying to fix that for CS2 by just adding like a connector, and now you can actually rotate from like the one side to push to the other, which is like wow.
Layout
One
changes
one
after
connector, guys.
how many
That's all it
years?
took.
24?
Yeah, like yeah, like 10 plus definitely. Like yeah.
Yeah. I do wonder about Counter-Strike's maps sometimes. Like, so many of them were designed in 1999. But a lot of, you know what? A lot of them, like Dust 2 and Office, are still fun. Although I've heard Dust 2 has started to fall out of favor in favor of Mirage. And I definitely felt that during the last, like, few years of me playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 is kind of like overplayed at this point. I think, I don't know. I don't play too much CS, but I had some people that played for a while and they all don't really like Dust 2 anymore, but they used to be super big on it. And I don't think the double doors change is what made their opinion differ suddenly. So
Yeah. I do think it's very base that Valve did that, though.
yeah, there's like some small weird things they changed that you definitely like question, but I don't know. I'm personally like I don't know, like I really like the old Dusty where you can just buy the op and shoot people through the door, but it's gone.
Yeah, it was definitely hang on, I need to be in the Navy again. Yeah, do you remember when the the Negev was just a really, really bad weapon, and then they made it cost $1,700 and made it into the weird laser where you fire it for a few seconds and then it becomes perfectly accurate?
Yeah, I would play with like IRL friends back then. I must have been like 15 or something. And I had this one friend who was like, "Oh, this
I was
recently got
13.
changed. I'm gonna start maining it." And he like within 2 weeks he was like a goat with it, and it was just so, it was like, I was just like, "What the hell is this?" Like he just goes, he like walks into a choke and just starts blasting, and then kills their entire team somehow. It's beautiful.
Yeah, in low silver rank where I was sitting, it was really cool, really powerful.
Yeah,
But
we
obviously
were
not
silver as well.
uncounterable.
So.
Because the Counter-Strike gameplay is always going to be described as you just waltz around a corner with an AK and one hit someone.
Yeah, a little bit of crouching, a little bit of counter strafing them.
Yeah, counter strafing, that's the big thing.
It's a sound game as well. So the negative is like, oh, I hear a guy like in this building. Let me just like shoot through all these walls. Really fun.
Yeah, and then your opponent's like, I wonder where my opponent is, you know. But judging by the sound of this,
Where are these
machine
bullets
gun is
coming
constantly
from?
telling me his position. Yeah, but we're not here for Counter Strike. We're here for one in the chamber, and it's good, and we will see it
Soon, TM. There will be content.
And you know what they say, as soon as not Petrichor leaves, you know, the match will start just so he misses it. The monkey's paw curls or whatever. So let's hope for that. Yeah. And I'm eager to see. I know the Showmatch won't be my map, but I'm eager to eventually see more gameplay on my map Slums, because there wasn't much. I think there's been one match on it so far, and only one on Dig Site. I don't have like an exact record, but I remember that like I was hunting for gameplay on those two days maps because I was really invested in them, because we obviously developed them from scratch and they've never been seen before, aside from this tournament. I do wonder what it is affecting people's pick and bans, because it's like You would think that people would just go straight to the new maps because they're new and hype, but people have been
Yeah,
like
and
banning them for Horizon or
they make it
whatever. And I do
interesting.
wonder if the teams have like an established meta of like, we're going to be better on Horizon or whatever. You know, a lot of the things that are obviously teams are actually a mystery to me. So that's why, like, I was very excited to learn about like callouts and stuff on slums. I still can't believe that one area that I thought was the most awesome past one didn't have a callout. Maddening.
Yeah, I think most of the callouts are mainly like very practically oriented, right? So it's
Yeah, it's
maybe
like,
maybe the area in question wasn't very high
I feel like it's
traffic.
important to know whether the attackers are rotating through that one little plaster building.
I mean, it probably is, and we just haven't developed the meta far enough yet. You know, to be at the point where we need a call out for that. It's possible.
Yeah, clearly I'm way ahead of these players who are vastly more
I mean,
out than
you
me.
did dev the map, so it's your understanding of the map is going to be better than that of the players. Typically, I mean.
You would hope so. Yeah, I remember like this is kind of similar to I developed a map called PL Boatload, which is basically a payload map that's just set in a lot of water, a lot of deep water,
Oh, I think I
and
saw this. I think I saw this somewhere. I can't remember where, but I definitely heard that name before.
I should hope you have, because I worked very hard on it and wanted it to be well known. But like, yeah, and it's like all the interesting gameplay opportunities that water provides. Like you can choose to go around a rock or swim over it. You can choose to go through a doorway or swim over it to pass over it safely. You can like swim under platforms as cover, and it's amazing. And it adds so much that I was just waiting for people to discover stuff that would like surprise even me about the water, because it just like every day you play, every match you play on Boatload, you can learn something new to do with the water, and it's just amazing. Like the skill ceiling goes up so massively, and not long after I had finished the map, I already discovered new tech on it, or rather, like I watched a Solar Light video, right, the one that was just like an hour, like feature length, and detailed everything about the charge, the Demo Knight's charge.
Yeah.
And he talked about water charging, where in water you can charge straight up and fly out of the water like a dolphin. And I was like, this will be huge on Boatload.
I got it is, yeah.
I'm not sure if I've seen too many people do it, but I will tell you, like, people think on a water map, Pyro Shark's going to be the best, right? But actually,
yeah, like Pyro Shark, and some people they might think Jump, but Jump is actually not that good if you don't have like shallow water. If the water's really deep, then don't know real
yeah.
point, so.
Well, I'll talk about rocket jumping later, but actually, I tended to observe in playtest more that actually Demo Knights were kind of more effective than the Pyro Sharks, which was crazy to think about.
I
And it
think
wasn't
like
because of
some
water
trick
charging; it
savage
was just
spies
because
could
of
also get away
normal
with a
charging.
lot because you get like the
Oh
3D
yeah,
movement, right? Of like being able to like
Fighting
go under
Spy.
and over people and stuff.
Fighting Spy underwater becomes so much more fun. That's the one thing I observed. Like, it was just dramatically better because of the water.
Yeah, it seems more interesting for both sides.
Yeah,
It's just like
and
it's just 3D rather than 2D essentially.
yeah, like you can go over him or under him, and the spy like deliberately wants to do that because that's how you trick stab him, right? So. Yeah, so yeah, fighting spy becomes a lot more fun. But I also saw that in Source, right, you can if you hold space while you're in water, you can actually like skim along the top of the water and preserve all of your speed. And people do that in the Half-Life 2 speed run. They back up into the water, then just glide across it. But I actually observed people would do that in Boatload. They would rocket jump into the water and then hold space and just glide along it for the fastest rollout you can imagine, and that was super satisfying.
Yeah, the water definitely makes for some cool rollouts for sure.
Hmm.
I actually don't know the layout, but you can imagine like with the the fact we can skim over water and stuff. Like, some really cool options.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's new things to discover about it every match. But this isn't about PL Boatload again. This is about One in the Chamber, and we received word that the show match should be able to start soon. I mean, people watch podcasts, right? They tune in just to hear people talk about stuff. I've heard that's how casting goes. Like I've heard in the Smash scene, people joke about casters just giving a little intro and then starting to talk about completely random stuff like their favorite
Yeah, I mean,
anime.
it's not just Smash, to be fair. Like I've definitely seen some TF2 casts where it's like, okay, well this match is a total roll, so he just like puts like some fucking Pokemon gameplay or like Subway servers and just like talking about some like drama going on in like a lower division team or some shit. Like it's just kind of funny. Like
Yeah, and equivalent of that in Smash would be the famous incident that killed Smash 4 competitive, where the two friends basically got into top 8 of a tournament. I think they got into grands by both just playing Bayonetta, and they started the match by just holding neutral B, like holding their pistols against each other for 3 minutes and doing nothing at all, and the crowd wasn't happy,
that
and neither
doesn't
was the
sound
rest
too
of the community.
interesting, though.
But the casters were very amused. Yeah, I saw a I saw a YouTube video where they played Smash Bros with the tail that lets you float like your Peach, and they ended up getting so into it that they actually played a best of 5 at the end of the video, and they got two actual Smash casters to commentate. And within like 5 minutes of starting, they had both advertised their Twitch channels, which I feel is the mark of a true caster.
Yeah. Whatever excuse you can get yourself for a little. Get the bag, queen.
Yeah, it was like twitch.tv/TK Breezy, where every new sub is a best of 5 set. And the other guy goes, "It's true, I've been there, I've lost." And yeah. That's kind of a good thing to do, though. Just play at best of 5 against whoever's willing to give you money.
Yeah, this is like a fun way to make money.
Yeah.
Smash casting is like a whole other beast though. Those casters are crazy in my opinion. Like, oh, there's some of the best moments in casting are definitely from Smash. Like, did he just walk up and up smash? Like, it's just absolute
the wombo
classic
combo.
moments. Yeah, it's like the greatest play of all time.
Yeah, the wombo combo in particular, like some of the sickest things in Smash are doubles combos. When it's just that 2 versus 1, you get to do whatever you like with your opponent.
Yeah, there's some very dirty combos for sure.
I think the ones I like the best are where they just go jab back and forth between 2 Ganondorfs, and then just
Yeah, like the really
up
simple
smash,
stuff.
like simple or effective. Yeah.
It's like very basic, but because it has a good hit stun, it's just like, yep, you get the infinite.
Well, and on the opposite end, you get like two Mega Man mains who are doing like crazy fucking footstool jab lock combos, you know, both at the same time.
You know, like crazy APM.
Yeah. You know, Mega Man mains, they're a different beast. Yeah, that's Smash casting. You know, I just realized I don't need the chat to redeem hydrate for me.
Yeah, you can
I
also just.
I can self-hydrate. What? It's on
true.
cooldown?
Yeah, there's a cooldown to make sure that we don't overdose on water.
Overhydrate. Alright, so it looks like we've got players filtering into the show match, so that's pretty exciting. Right. Sneaky self-hydration.
Oh, you yeah, you redeemed it for yourself. All right, I'll validate it.
You know what, I'll even go in for second. Yeah, just a really long baguette break.
Yeah, it's
They have to do it to aspire at top performance. You wouldn't get it.
Wait, did you just sneak in a dad joke real quick? Oh no. It's Jover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do love those casting moments where it's just like they've got like what is it? What's the Smash 4 example? Like a villager against a Rosalina and Luma. It's just like, okay, well they're camping until time. We just gotta make this interesting somehow.
Yeah, or like any Meta Knight match in Brawl. It's like, okay, well, it's the same match for the
Yeah.
40th time today. What? Yeah, like at that point. Yeah,
Well,
why even bother? Yes.
there's actually a very famous set in Brawl because do you remember Brawl was a one stock? Like the competitive meta was one stock for a while. Because
Really? That's
because if it wasn't, it would actually get so campy that it would just be horrendously boring to watch. Because the way it worked was that like at the top level you basically had Meta Knight, Snake, and Ice Climbers, and Ice Climbers were capable of wobbling, right? Just the infinite from a grab.
yeah.
So Meta Knight really didn't want to get grabbed, so he would just keep jumping and keep down airing, and basically do that until time ran out. And if he had a percent lead, he would win because that was how tournament rules worked.
Yeah, in Brawl, if you had a character that could fly, you could do like the thing that he automatically did with his recovery attack, where he sort of
Yeah,
goes
the
into like this
gliding.
dive. But yeah, you could just do that. So that's another really good, like you could just stall forever with that as well. Like so many movement options.
Yeah, the
He's
all of
such a
three
silly
characters that
character.
could glide.
Yeah, I remember the first time my friend showed me it. I was like 12. We were sitting on his couch, and he was like, "Oh, look, you like Charizard, right? Look at this thing." And I think we were on Temple. He was showing it off, and you could go like under the whole stage, and you could do like the
Yeah,
big like going up and down. And you would go all the way under and back up again. Like it was so cool. I was like, "Wow, how did you do that?" And like explaining it to me. It's very cool.
I
And
think
then I think he started maining Pit because he was like, well, Pit has really bad recovery, but if you do this cool trick, then he's so much better. And then at some point he realized the character is just not very good. He went back to like play something else.
yeah, I think only MK could fully circumnavigate Temple. I might be wrong though.
I think with a certain setup you could do it with like all the characters, but you have to start really high so that you could get a lot of high back. It was, I don't know, it was silly. It wasn't practical.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, and obviously Temple isn't a competitive map, but it was cool.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not a? What do you mean Temple isn't a competitive?
Yeah,
map?
I mean, real ones go straight to the depths of Temple and just fight it out there and see who can take the longest.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, just start at 300% because it's not like that's just gonna save you time. Like, you're gonna get there anyway. Like, that just saves you 30 minutes of hating each other. Lovely.
Yeah, I really wish we had some like Brawl gameplay to show right now, just in the background.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do be having the technical difficulties. We don't have that luxury right now.
Yeah, but like
You should get some like Subway surfers on the screen or something, you know?
Yeah, just
keep the people entertained.
start streaming on TikTok. Honestly, probably a lot more popular. We've got to adjust for the times, but
Yeah, the rounds are pretty short anyway.
yeah, I remember I watched a video series of someone basically smurfing on Melee for YouTube content. That makes it sound evil, but it was kind of like just to be funny. But yeah, and they just talked about competitive Melee the whole time, and it made me realize that like everyone saying like that Fox is the best character in the game is actually bait, because like if you don't have Fox and Falco, then the best characters are Puff, Ices, and Marth, and those are the three characters that no one likes playing against. Also, Captain
Yeah.
Falcon, I think, was another one people didn't like.
Yeah, I would say definitely like Icy and Jiggly are definitely like known contenders for I'm just not going to play this match. I'm going to instead throw my controller out the window. So
Yeah, I mean there are some of the best, like some of the most entertaining Melee content, unironically, is combinations of top players getting wobbled and just like almost bursting into tears. It's
Yeah.
like you have like I think one of Mango getting grabbed 5 seconds into a competitive match, and he just like like slumps down and like holds his controller low because he doesn't need it. And
That's so funny.
yeah, like some
Yeah.
people legit when they get like that grabbed last stock by ICs, they just put the control down and walk away. No handshake, of course.
Yeah,
No fist bump.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, I mean, what else are you gonna do, right? You like, there's literally no difference. You may as well hydrate while you can.
Yeah, it's optimal. You know, that's why they're top players.
Exactly. They know when they have like a second that they can do something else. You know.
Yeah, they also talked about like caster stereotypes, like how obviously there's the nice back air, but also the, like that's why they're out here and we're back here or whatever. If you could add a tier 2 weapon, what would you add to the chat member? I would add a throwable wrench for the engineer because that would be a cool way to have a way to remotely heal your sentry that wasn't the rescue ranger.
Seems like a cool. It seems like a cool thing, and it just doesn't have a melee attack. You just chuck it like that's just.
Yeah, you just have to go and pick it back up.
Yeah, it's like a little projectile weapon. It seems funny.
Yeah, I mean, legit, like if I. Because obviously, like they designed the rescue ranger to solve a problem. Because if NG's whacking a sentry close up, he's vulnerable to rocket damage, and he just dies. And the rescue ranger solves that. But it became too overpowered with the wrangler. So, if I was asked to fix that, I would. There are some nerfs you could do to the wrangler that I think would be like fair without destroying it. But I think.
I think if they touch the
fact that
Wrangler,
it's
they
paired
need
with the
to. They
rescue
need
ranger
to
is
like.
more of a problem.
Yeah, I think the thing about the Wrangler is that it has a very established role in like MVM, right? So I think if they change it, they have to make it so that somehow MVM maintains the old version of it, just because that kind of like massively influences like the people's ability to play engineer.
Do you really think they care about MVM balance after the gas passer?
Well, I mean, fair enough, but like like at least how I would balance the Wranglers by like reducing or just getting rid of the damage reduction, and in MVM that is like very pivotal to keeping your gun up, right? So.
Yeah.
So it's something like that. I would see like there would be some like adjustment that it's only for like non-MVM games, and then MVM games like the old one or something. But yeah, I mean for normal gameplay, like definitely they could change the Wrangler to be less oppressive. I don't know. Personally, I would add the original jumper, which is just a rocket jumper, but it has the original offset. It's like a very simple
Alright.
way of like I would much rather they add like styles for every single rocket launcher, and you can just choose where you want your rocket to come out, right? Whether it's in the middle like original, or to the right like stock, or slightly less to the right like Tom Angler. I know
Yeah,
those
I
are
mean,
different
ideally,
offsets.
they would just all fire from the same place anyway, and there wouldn't be this spaghetti, but whatever.
Yeah, but at the like nowadays it's already like this, and loads of people like I know people that even like that are only jump with the cow mangler, and that think like jumping without cow mangler is weird and silly, and why would you with this cow mangler? So even like that, then that I would consider like the weirdest thing, right? And even that exists. So making that offset thing a choice like would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah,
You'd be
I
able
mean,
to
while
like.
we have it. But yeah, the way I would nerf the Wrangler for PvP is I would make it so that the resistance shield isn't actually active until the engineer is close enough to the sentry to take splash damage, and that would kind of reduce the effectiveness of it paired with the rescue ranger specifically.
Well, that's interesting, yeah, because then you could pull out the Wrangler in a situation where you're not at the gun, you can't really heal it, but then you can like sort of give it that shield. It won't really take as much damage, but
No,
you're
I
not
mean
really able
the
to
shield is
laser
only
people
active
down.
when you are close enough to take splash damage.
Yeah. So it would only work if you're next to that. Okay.
Yeah, so that
Oh, yeah,
like
I was
you
thinking the
can
other way
save your
around.
gun, but you're putting your own life at risk.
Mhm.
And obviously, like as a long-time engineer player myself, I know that actually the thing with Wrangler is that like it's actually a lot more punishing if the engineer dies than if the sentry like gets killed through the Wrangler shield. So I don't think like just removing the shield is necessarily the solution to that weapon.
Well, yeah, I mean that is definitely a good argument as to why not to get rid of the shield, because like you should be shooting the engineer, right? And if you shoot the engineer, the shield is going to go away, and you just spam it from a mile away.
Yeah, I mean if
That,
you shoot
that
the
is that
engineer,
is
the
like.
shield, the sentry can't do anything. So
Yeah, exactly. Like you can just stand outside the bubble, and then you can just spam it for free. So I mean, it's not like the weapon is totally uncounterable or anything.
Yeah. I think a
Not
big
to mention the
frustration with it for a lot
Enforcer
of people is that
exists.
like another frustration with the Wrangler for a lot of people is that it like the Sentry's meant to have this big weakness where you can't corner peek, where you can corner peek it and you can outrange it, but the Wrangler gets rid of both of those. It's like one little weapon to get rid of all of it.
You also can't dance a gun if it's Wrangler. There's no point. You're just gonna die. Just gonna get lasered down.
Yeah, and well, I I see a lot of people try to Sentry rodeo me, and the things that like a lot of people don't realize that you don't actually need the Wrangler to prevent that because you can just shoot them and they get knocked back
Yeah,
and
it's
then
true.
gun blast
It's
them.
true because it's a pretty specific like set of movements you have to do. So like you know, any knockback is probably gonna mess it up for you when the gun takes over and they're just blasting into outer space. Screw.
Yep. So rodeoing is not too effective. But another approach you could take with the Wrangler is actually like one thing about the Wrangler is that like it removes all the Sentry's weaknesses, right? But then you think like, what are we sacrificing? And then you just look at the other ones and it's like, oh, a pistol, wow. And the short circuit is like projectile deletion. Well, the Wrangler kind of instead of deleting the projectile, you just make it do no damage. So
Yeah, basically the same thing.
although
Maybe your
the short
teammates take
circuit
damage from
like
it.
yeah, with the short circuit, it's hard to overlook its utility for personal defense, and
Yeah,
of
it gets
course
really good as
the
well if you're
famous
on a
short
cart.
circuit on the cart strategy. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
not only do you get infinite ammo, but it's actually more like effective per rocket you're deleting. Because if you're with the rest of your team, that rocket wouldn't have dealt just 100 damage to you. That would have dealt splash damage to all your teammates. So each right click is deleting maybe 400 or 500 damage.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a random crit, then even more, you know? Just
Yeah.
save like 3 medics their life.
And also, people say just snipe the short circuit NG. No, you can do anti-sniper movement. You can hide behind the card a little. It is incredibly tough to hit you if you're like. That's another thing. Like a lot of people say, sniper's overpowered and needs to be nerfed, but I think those people don't really know the graces of air strafing and just mashing their what's that keys like lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, sniper is one of those classes. It's also very map dependent, right? Like, sniper can be
Definitely.
really strong, but if you balance your map around sniper, then you know it doesn't have to be. Like, there's tons of examples of maps where playing sniper is kind of miserable. You know, like there's some good angles, but generally they're very predictable, and if you use them, you're probably going to get SVS and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
that's actually great because that's I think a lot of community mappers don't actually realize that you don't actually like directly need to like make your map bad for snipers. What you instead need to do is to make it so that your map has each like area, each two areas in your map, there are some routes between them, right? And one of those routes is actually really good for snipers, but the other one's actually really bad for snipers. So snipers still have a place where they can play and get kills and have fun. But if you don't want to get sniped, you can just go down the route so they're not going to go towards, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like you're essentially tricking the sniper players into always using this one angle, and it means like I mean, it is good. You will
Yeah,
get
they
picked from
should.
that angle because it is a good angle, but it is also very risky because there will be enemy snipers, of course. Angles go
Well, yeah,
both
but it's
ways.
like the thing is that like a demo man doesn't have much fun fighting a sniper, right? But a sniper has a lot of fun fighting a sniper. So it's actually really good to have that kind of separation where snipers are really only fighting scouts, snipers, and spies.
It looks like
Speaking of
the
spies, we've got
difficulties
some
are
playing
being
around here.
yeah, it looks like some of the issues are being resolved. Yeah,
Yeah, so hopefully we can get the show match going soon.
let's see. Let's take a look at what the teams are here. You can see them sitting in a voice channel. We have on one side, we got Depru, Neonicus, a Requiem clone, Master Dizzy, and Dan/David. On the other team, we have Sneaky Paulo, Ring, or Frylock. He's just called Ringer because he really likes the ring, I guess. And we have Alrex,
Yeah.
who actually made Dick Sight, and we've Walkfish. So it's gonna be cool. Anyway, it looks like cool, good teams. Like looks pretty balanced.
And
Like
more
I could make a
importantly, it's
prediction
gonna be,
about who I think will win, but I think it could go either way.
yeah, a nice intense show match
It should be fun to watch.
after One Year Tech's excellent third place win earlier, masterfully skilled.
Yeah, I was a nail biter for sure. We weren't really sure if they were gonna make it or not, if they were gonna go the distance.
Yeah, everyone in the chat say I was here if you were here for that match.
All the chats, they got the system notification, and I've been patiently waiting ever since. Shout out to you
Like
in
I said,
chat
the
if that's
patience of a
you.
saint.
Yeah.
You know, Depru, the very intense third place match where the 1 year eventually pulled it out after a strong back and forth on the map Koth Slums. Should be easy to remember.
Who could forget? So true. Such
Yeah,
an
I don't
exciting
think
match.
I'm ever going to forget that one. As long as I live, I'm going to be telling it to our children.
It's definitely one of the matches of all time.
No slight against you, but I hate when people like I've come to hate that meme because people have started like saying it about maps. And it's like, dude, tell me if my map is the best map ever or the worst. I don't want anything in between. Saying that this is the map ever does not help me.
I really I started saying it just because the people around me, like they said it so much, like it's just like it's seeped into my system, you know. It's,
Just assume they mean something positive. Well, that would be nice and all, but the very fact that like the thing is that saying that this is the map ever in response to something like cursed happening, it's so obviously negative. It's like say it's the worst map ever, coward. Anyway.
yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's always more fun to take a controversial stance on something than it is to just be like passive on the sideline. So
Yeah, any Slums haters in the chat say Slums is the worst map
yeah,
ever. I will
any
not be
controversial
angry at you.
takes in chat? Can we get any clickbait like content here in chat? Any hyperbolic opinions? Anything divisive? Slum's best map? All right, all right.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It's not the map ever, it's the best map ever. 3-0 every Slums map, true.
The COD expert wins every Slumps map because he already knew the map.
Well, Slums is only loosely based. I think Dig Site is a lot more based on the source material.
True, yeah.
I modified Slums a lot for better TF gameplay. Because that's what I know how to do.
Yeah, I think it was a Black Ops 2 DLC map, so personally I don't even remember the original, so I never got the DLC for that game. Black Ops 2 is like pretty much when I stopped playing Call of Duty.
I never played Call of Duty that much. Because I was always...
I really liked the one in the chamber on Black Ops 1 because in Black Ops 1 you had wager mode, which was like you could like put your COD points, which is like the way you bought weapons and stuff and like perks and attachments. You could like wager that, and it was called a wager match, and then you could go like big money, and it would be like if you go in with like 10,000, and if you win you would get like 50,000 or something. You know? So it was really exciting to like try and get that win. Yeah, because it had like this built-in system. It's like every level up you get like 1,000 credits or something, and every match you play you get some based on like your performance and stuff like that. And so yeah, you could wager that stuff. It was really fun.
Actually, you know what's the best game that everyone forgot about?
No,
it's actually yeah, it's a little game called Town of Salem, if anyone remembers. And it's a deception game where you basically
Wait,
Some
isn't
players
that
that
isn't
town
that just
members.
like the isn't that just like Among Us for people that are older than 10?
Yeah, it's like back before Among Us was even a concept. You had Town of Salem and you had Trouble in Terrorist Town, and those are both just really fun deception games.
They're I'm pretty sure they're both based on like the like an even older concept, which is just like a card game that you would play around a campfire with like a group of
Yeah,
people, like an 8 to 15 or 8 to 16 like player size type of game. I think.
Town
I
of Salem
remember
was based
playing
on
that.
two board
don't know.
games called Mafia and Werewolf.
Yeah, Werewolf, that's the one. I remember playing that. I was like 8 or something, and like that. It's like some school trip or some shit, you know. Like,
I never played them.
very long ago,
But I
campfire
played
type of
Town of
game.
Salem and I loved it. But in Town of Salem 2, they added features for you to do stuff while dead, basically. Because in Town of Salem, the way it worked was when you were dead, you would just leave and find a new match because there wasn't really much for you to do. But in Town of Salem 2, they actually added ghost points, and every time you died, you would get 100 ghost points. And you could either do a death roll with another player where you would roll from 1 to 1,000, and then the next player would have to roll a number that was low, and the first player to roll a 0 would lose. That was not so good, but there was a one called Death Guess where you would guess against another player which player would die first, would die next, and whoever was right would basically win the bet. And that one's a lot more fun because it's a lot more like skill involved on like basically how well can you read
Yeah,
people.
the one where you have to roll a 0 to lose out of 1,000 numbers. That doesn't sound great. I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't sound great.
Yeah, but it's more popular because it's probably just easier. You just start it and then you roll. Yeah, that's like the sad thing. It's like Trouble in Terrorist Town and Town of Salem were both just so amazing, but after their YouTube popularity died down, Among Us just took over, and no one was willing to accept it when I said that those games were better than Among Us because Among Us is just so much simpler. So
Yeah,
that gave me a lot of grief.
it's very dumbed down. I mean, it's kind of like the nature of media to like streamline itself, you know, to become like more and more streamlined and be like the core experience rather than all these extra things that might not matter. And Among Us does still have like that core experience of like, you know, there's imposters and stuff. But...
Mm. By the way, we're finally we've got the show match almost ready, I think.
Yep, yeah, I'm able to load into the STV now, so players are joining in as well. It looks like we'll actually have a show match for you
A
here.
match.
Yeah, unfortunately, the due to the technical difficulties, we won't be able to play the funny thing that we had planned for you guys, but we'll just have a show match with the best players on the the one in the chamber game mode. So it's still gonna be gaming. It's just not gonna be the funny surprise that we had planned for you, and we're not gonna tell you what the surprise was now either. So
We're
it's too
not.
bad
What?
if
I
you
was
were
totally ready
wondering.
to spoil it.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Whatever. I'm a loyal man. I'll not spoil it.
Now, I mean, let's
But
just say let's give them. It was gonna be the concept of one in the chamber. It was gonna be with a different class and with a different weapon, but it was still gonna be pretty like the same idea, just a little different. But unfortunately, we couldn't quite get that today. Um, but we will get some actual gameplay here, some actual one in the chamber action.
yeah, tell your friends. Get some people back in the chat. Get the viewership up.
Exactly. Go into your friends' Discord, do at everyone, and say they're finally
Yes, add
starting,
everyone.
guys. The podcast is over.
The podcast, of course, was super interesting.
And
as
also
well.
tell them the podcast will go on further later if they like the podcast, But if they don't like the podcast, then just say it's over.
This map is Koth
That
Ahau.
yeah, how it's a little workshop map made for the Mayan update theme. Which,
7
never
years
took
ago.
off. 7 years ago.
I like saying how long ago things were just to mess people up.
Jeez. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, back when I
Looks
was
like we're readying up.
bright-eyed 12-year-old kid camping the intel room on 2 Fort habitually.
All right, here we go. We got ourselves a rollout.
Oh, yes, a match.
It's,
Yeah, so teams just rolling out. Looks like we have a little staggering on red. They're going.
we got a first pick, and we got a sneaky there. Getting
the
traded up by
corners.
Walkfish.
A nice sniper shot.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
And we already have our first knife fight.
It's
won by
actually still
Walkfish.
pretty equal.
And he
Both
gets
teams can
sneakily
take this here.
Control point is being contested.
Yeah, three versus three, but red has the initiative of being on the point right now and the sniper sight, so it looks like they've taken
red
that with
taking
relative ease. Do we have a prediction up for who will win? I guess it's a bit late now, but
Nah, we still could. You know, the run has just started. It's just the mid cap. It doesn't mean too much yet.
yeah, we got a prediction.
Sneaky on a 5K though. He has 8 points already. He's
Team
like
Pyro versus Team Heavy.
leading right now. Very big plays coming out of Sneaky.
I'm putting 69 points on Team Heavy.
All right, I'll put 420 on Team Pyro.
Ooh, bold prediction. Considering Team Heavy has the advantage right now, they've held the point, although only for 10 seconds, and Team Pyro is right back onto them, right in the fray, and looks like they've won the mid fight. Oh, but
Yeah,
Sneaky's
that's
got some,
taking it.
got some business to finish. And it remains unfinished. As a swift recap from Team Pyro, you know, back in 2016, I was on Team Pyro. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Do you remember?
I don't actually remember
match?
what I voted for. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was Team Pyro. I had it in my username because I was 12 and cringy and didn't know better. Good times. Oh, we got a shot from behind there. I've noticed that's what a lot of people do. They when they own the point, they just run to the nearest corner and try to shoot someone from behind to prevent them from getting to the point. But in this case, it was unsuccessful, and Team Heavy stormed onto the point. All 5 players still alive for a easy capture. Now they get to go to do the same thing back to Team Pyro.
Yeah, I mean, blue team, they all kind of died at the same time, which is good for them. It means their respawns are going to be grouped together, and they're going to be able to get a push going right away instead of being staggered. But it looks like they're not
teams staying back a little to wait for their teammates to respawn so they can move as a unit more, because that, as I've said before, that's very beneficial in this mode. Oh, we got a little corner stab there from Neonicus, but he quickly got blasted again by Sneaky, who was proving to be quite the force with his 4 kill streak.
Yeah, Sneaky is doing very, very well so far, confidently leading the scoreboard.
You know what I said earlier? If he wins this one, he'll be the MVP among MVPs, the man amongst men, the 007.
It's true.
So,
he definitely has what it takes to be that individual, to be the one to win
but
it
after
takes all.
missing a couple of shots and getting blasted, our confidence in the man is shaken.
Rockfish with a little 3-piece on point. That was very nice.
Polo is also
too bad for blue though. They're trying to make this push work, and it's not quite working out for them.
Only one thing is for sure, and that's that we have all the star players in one big melting pot here. Although Team Heavy has held the point for quite a while.
Yeah,
I have this big theory about King of the Hill, which is that if your team captures the point right, if the enemy team captures it within 30 seconds, or if they capture it after a minute of you holding it, then that's something's going wrong. I think it should be always captured between 30 seconds and a minute, but a lot of people don't see it as like numerically as me. And Neonicus all alone here trying to pick off a red at their spawn, and going back to the point because he realized he needs to capture that to win. Smart. And his teammates are all respawned, and Team Heavy
some trades coming out
over the place.
Oh, Apollo with its 4-piece. Oh, just completely tearing the blue push apart.
Yeah, dismantling them.
Yeah,
oh, he avoided getting stabbed.
Heartbreaking for blue.
8 kill streak. And
I mean, they started off pretty well. They had the 2 picks. But
yeah, and just
some hiding spots.
Dominant spawn camping right now. Polo, I think, is stuck. Maybe not. But we've got the classic attack from the side to stop them from getting to the point.
Yep.
Oh, but Sneaky's number 1 fan out sneaks the sneakers and picks Frylock, and now suddenly Team Heavy is finding themselves in a little bit of trouble with just 1 player alive, and now none.
Yeah, it looks like blue will cap it, but there's no time for them if the red team just needs to cap once and then they get the round. So blue team needs to play very confidently here, stay around the point,
Definitely
get all the
tough
picks.
challenge for them.
Yeah,
especially with an immediate pick from Team Heavy. By the way, I think is there a second prediction? Are 69 points going to a good place? Hang on, I'm putting 69 back on Team Heavy. Yeah, so the odds, the betting is stacked against Team Heavy, and it does look like they will be taking this particular round. So But it's only water under the bridge. They need to win 3 more to hold this
Yeah,
map.
it's only just begun.
And then after that they'll need to win the map another time. So we've got a long and exciting show match ahead of us.
Knowing this game mode as well, it's not unlikely for Blue to just take some rounds here.
And especially in King of the Hill,
start off
we'll
as
throw
2-0
back
and
and
then
forth.
yeah, like teams very often they'll start off 2-0 and then suddenly they start getting momentum and it's 2-2 and you get this really exciting third match. So stuff like that can always happen. Just
You know what
because
they say,
lose
never
one
go up
round
to
like
3
that.
stocks to 1.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
And we've got a little cave fight here, which I think everyone lost that. But Paulo picks off the final player of Team Pyro, and Team Heavy just
I like this. We get
exercising their lead
sneaky,
and
going
capturing the
really
point again.
aggressive into their spawn, getting a pick. Didn't find two, unfortunately.
true
This is the
James
second
Bond way.
shot, but
Oh,
fun.
picks up one, but misses the next and has to retreat for fear of losing his life.
I'm noticing that Red is typically only having one person cap. I don't know why they're doing. Like you would imagine you'd want to stack the cap, but maybe they got a reason. Maybe they're confident. They're like
their reason
really
is specifically because they want to go forward and start picking off Blue before they can reach the point again. Because that seemed to be the dominant strategy. But this time it didn't work out for them because they just all tried to go forward and no one stayed back on the point.
Yeah.
So perhaps a missed call there, costing Team Heavy a fight. But I'm sure they'll remedy it.
Blue as well is really aggressive now when they have the point. I've seen them pushing up to the spawn, taking as much space as they can get away with.
Blue is motivated. They don't want to get 4-0'd. And they're playing to
they took some notes from last round. They saw how well the aggression is working, and they're trying to make it work in their favor.
People always say the sign of a top player is quick adaptation. Or
this is true, yeah.
But maybe in this, it's the sign of a top player is simple corner camping like that, which is Slade Polo.
I mean, to be fair, like it is a map that I'm going to imagine nobody here has ever played. Like they've just played a little bit in the warm up, but they really don't know the map very well. So it's kind of like it's something that goes both ways, right? Like I think on one hand, they won't really be checking as much because they don't know where to check, but on the other hand, people will be checking everywhere because they don't know the map, so they have to constantly spin around to see if if they need to get something.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of forgotten what that feeling is like because I've tested many maps that I'd never played before at this point. But yeah, this is a map that's new to the players and probably the audience as well. And despite a very neutrally owned point area, it's still owned by Team Heavy technically, so that might force Blue to push in and get assassinated. But so far, they've been surviving long enough, so we'll see.
Yeah, Red's getting some good time on point here. I mean, they are bleeding a lot of players. It's 2v2, so this could go either way. Blue does seem to win the fight, though.
RX going off quickly, but unfortunately eventually defeated by Team Pyro, who will capture. For a nice
I think this round is still very close. This could go either way. Like the times are so close together, and it's not really like last round where it was very dominant picks wise, right? Like last round we saw a lot of like red team getting the 4 pieces and stuff like that. We haven't really been seeing that this round.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth, and that's really the beauty of Koth. Like Koth map design, you basically want to give the attackers, the team who doesn't own the point currently, as much advantage as possible, because actually if they have more advantage, then it's more likely that the team who doesn't own the point is actually going to recapture it and make it a more intense back and forth round. And as you give more attacker advantage, it actually kind of neutralizes team imbalance. Like suppose that Team Heavy is better here, right? Now that they own the point, they might actually be at a disadvantage because Team Blue has the attacker advantage that the map's trying to give them, and that'll actually result in Team Blue getting to capture the point again, even if they're not necessarily better than the other team. So that's kind of the beauty of Koth map design for you map designers out there. But in terms of this match, Red is so far dominating. They've held this point for another fight, and Blue is waiting on their respawns. That's another thing, by the way. In Koth, what the map does is the team who owns the point will have a longer respawn time, and the team who doesn't will have a shorter respawn time to encourage recaptures to happen more often. So that's why Blue has been respawning so fast. But they haven't been getting the red picks, so Red hasn't been losing ground so much. So Blue hasn't been able to recapture.
Yeah, generally those mechanics make it so that if you trade 1-for-1, the team that doesn't have the point is favored, which keeps the game flowing better, right? It prevents the match from being as one-sided and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's really cool, and we definitely see a lot of that being used here. Like blue just getting some small picks here and there was kind of bad, but because it's just better respawns, they're now able to get more time on
Yeah.
point. They slowly get
They
this cap going.
eventually got an advantage over the point area, which was
Ooh, it's
crazy
really
compared to
sloppy
the
though.
second game,
Paulo
but
cleaning up everything.
yeah,
Oh,
Polo just
they
destroying
that
the
was
point.
very detrimental to the blue team
Just
there.
a quick knife for
He
the
may
bullet
have just
to get the
single-handedly
5th
clutched
kill.
the round actually.
Seems like it. I don't think Blue can physically reach the point in time, and that's another win for
Yeah.
Team Heavy. Oh, but they have cap progress to degrade. But no one's even close enough, and that's another round 1.
It's a nice clutch by Paulo there. I think he must have been 3 versus 1 there on the point, and he found like one bullet by getting a melee kill, and that turned the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
fight in his favor.
I wish
That's
that
really
was the
the
replay,
strength
although this
of
is really amazing as well.
yeah. I mean, if you manage to get like if you're out of like in a situation like that where you have no ammo, right, and you're outnumbered, like if you manage to get that bullet, it's so scary for the other team.
And
But
he
at the
weaved
same
around the
time, like
bullets. They were firing at him expertly. Like, movement is not to be underestimated in this game mode.
no, not at all. Yeah, it's very easy to sleep on the movement and the way these players are trying to bait out shots and stuff like that, and trying to make the other player use their ammo at a bad spot. Like right there, for instance.
Yeah, he did the charge around the corner strat. Did you see?
No, I must have been on someone else.
He charged around with the knife, and the enemy couldn't react in time.
Yeah, I want to see someone like b-hop around a corner and just completely surprise someone because he's going slightly faster than normal.
It's kind of
That'd be
funny. Like
cool.
after you do it enough to someone, you can like see the surprise on their face, kind of. But
Well, Frylock
nice
causing
even battle over the point here.
Yeah, Frylock causing some damage like behind enemy lines, like in their spawn.
Oh yeah, definitely. Blue's not going to be able to get back to the point if they do die, but so far they're doing a good job of not doing that. And so they've captured the point.
Some hiders, little melee fight. Okay. Well, it's traded out, but traded out again, so still a small advantage for the red side here. Oh man, I just watched Frylock waddle behind someone and butter knife the air 3 times before getting the knockback. That was such a spy moment.
Very professional grade tournament play here. But it did result to him surviving and capturing the point. So
And
Blue's just on the ropes here, trying to push back out of spawn, although they do have the time advantage for the time being, and it's gone.
It's funny how blue team they were kind of patient and grouped up, and the one person who did not group up actually got picked off alone. So maybe that's something in favor of grouping up.
Yeah, they're currently being a good knife gang here, and they took out Ulrich, but Wokfish gets the knife and then tragically misses the shot. That might be the end for him.
Oh, Master Dizzy though,
takes
in a bit of a situation, managing to take out 2. Does he get the 3rd?
Come on.
He does get the 3rd.
Knife fighting, raw knife fighting prowess. And that's what takes the point.
Yeah, that's a good moment right there. Clip in chat. I mean, yeah, it was alright. It was a little 3v1.
I used to play G1 RP, and I played a server with a class called the Boxer, and you have like boxing matches against people, and I was the master of melee combat. I would always win. But not in this because I had so much ping. But these guys not hammered by ping, and they're able to just go crazy with the knife. And Team Pyro taking the point back and making a name for themselves. You know, they're saying we're not going to go 0-4 in this match. But they didn't.
Yeah, they're trying.
So far, it seems like they haven't held the point for long.
Yeah, they're trying to bring it back. It's equal timers right now. Up top. That's definitely still very doable.
Just comes in and cleans up and starts capping the point. A brutal play. Currently, there are no servers running this game aside from the competition servers, and that's why we've been looking at a V-script version of this game mode, so that we can release it on the workshop and anyone can run it. And Frylock just at the spawn causing havoc, you know, in the team heavy way. And Team Pyro are struggling to even leave their spawn here. A total dominant performance from Team Heavy. But Team Heavy doesn't have that much of a time advantage right now. So if Team Pyro can get the picks, you know, they could be rewarded with a point capture and ultimately go on to win.
Mission ends in 60 seconds. Alert. The control point
Does look like Blue's
I
finally
wish
making
this
it to
game
the
would
point
become
here.
official.
They have some picks, and Red has spawners, so they should definitely be able to cap here, unless Paulo has anything to say about it. Sneaky coming in late as well, and Paulo
saw
is still up,
Paulo
so they could be
perform,
sandwiching here on the point.
I did see Paulo perform incredibly well in a playoff match last time, so it's possible to clutch it out here, but
Yeah,
not this time.
he's a menace for sure.
point.
But it looks
I mean,
like the Red assault on the point being held off, and the blue team does cap. The cap isn't very good though. Look at this, they're 4 players down after the
Yeah.
cap, which means the respawns are really slow.
Red went for the cap straight away, but Master Diddy managed to defend, guard the point, and
It looks like the blue team is in fact not delaying the cap for their respawners, which that might hurt them.
but so far they've just been hitting their shots. Absolute mastery over the control point, and that might save the game for them after the
Yeah,
early disadvantage.
this is looking salvageable, I might say. Of course, a bit of a jinx maybe, but
I mean, 30
we shall
seconds,
see.
that's not a disadvantage in Koth. So things are looking very, very good for Team Pyro right now compared to
some
before.
picks coming up for Red side. They're going to need to see
Right
some
now,
blue action.
5 Team Heavy players alive. You know, not looking
and
so
no
good anymore,
clutch.
perhaps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is one of those spots where only having one person on the point, it's like, I feel like that's kind of slowing them down, right? They just wasted, I want to say, at least 5 seconds of, having the
But
point.
you see,
Right
it took blue until now to respawn, so perhaps it was well advised.
Yeah, it's true. That may have
now-
been on purpose, actually. It's true.
All Team Heavy has to do is pick their corners to hide in and start swarming when they see cap progress. The meta.
They do get 2 picks, though, on this push. 3 picks now. 2 getting traded
2
out.
versus
3 getting
2.
traded out.
Oh,
Paulo
tragedy.
yeah, Paulo and
Looks like
Frala
a
coming in and
team-
really cleaning
looks
that
Team
up.
Heavy.
Looks like, unless Fizzy can do something here, nope, unlucky. There's
Well, there's still
that'll
cap
be it
progress
then.
living Team Pyro players, but Polo just cleans them up. And it looks like that's the end.
That's the end of our show match. A pretty dominant display by Team Heavy. It wasn't totally one-sided. We definitely, Blue definitely put in a lot of work. They definitely, even this last round, it was very close. They tried. So it wasn't a total steamroll, but
Both
definitely a
teams
dominant
were
display.
both teams were full of star players, but who was the 007 this time? Let's see.
Let's take a look.
Top scorer was Polo. Congratulations, Polo. You can you get ultimate bragging rights for crushing the show match, being the MVP amongst MVPs.
Let's see it. Oh.
So now we can. So now that the show match is over and done with, we can go on to the grands. Hopefully, in a faster time scale than it took to get to the show match.
Oh yeah, looking at the log, definitely Paulo doing the best. Highest BPM. Also has the fewest deaths of anyone on the server. Yeah, so Paulo both on the fragging side and on the dying side doing the best. The least deaths, most kills.
I thought I was
Yeah,
about to
you did
say
the math.
most deaths. No.
No, that would be that wouldn't be so good.
But yeah, it seemed like a pretty dominant performance. So well done, Polo, and well done everyone else because no one was slacking in that match. Shots fired every which way.
Yeah, that was a cool match. I love seeing that.
Yeah, so we can have the grands very soon. Let's hope.
Yeah, it was definitely cool seeing people playing in that. It's always fun seeing like how different people like do different things with something that they've never seen before. People like different gamers react differently to certain maps, certain things. Like they'll just play the same area in different ways. It's always fun to see what people come up with. Like when a
Yeah,
map is
nice.
fresh like this, right? People are forced to be creative. They're forced to figure things out, and that's really cool. I think it's a little bit more interesting than if we were to play a show match on COF products that everybody knows because it's Viaduct was slightly better. So
Yeah, I
it's
really like how
definitely a
this
cool
gives
map.
exposure to some of the lesser known workshop maps.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the cooler things.
Yeah, so like I said, these events are really good for giving exposure to the decent workshop maps, and if you like them, you can check out this stream, twitch.tv/Fortress Faceoffs, where you are already. You can check out fortressfaceoffs.tf, and that'll get you a quick link to the Discord server where you can start to sign up for these. You can go. There's a Fortress Faceoffs Steam group, which the link is down there, and we've got the new Patreon, that coffee website.
Yeah, if you want to
I
help
do
us
find it
out,
funny that totally replaced Patreon's purpose in society. Yeah. So yeah, Fortress Faceoffs, good stuff, and I've been happy to make a map for it, and I've been happy to cast this.
yeah, it's been very fun. Great time. It's always nice with these tourneys. I don't tend to even mind what they play. Like I don't even care what the format is. They tend to always be fun. Like they're well tested. The maps are like, the web maps are well chosen and stuff like that. Like the formats are always great fun.
Yeah,
Really
and
great.
having maps developed for the tournaments is a very exciting proposition, especially for the future, because this slums and dig site, these maps, they're obviously very cool, very fun, very well detailed maps, no bias. But they're sort of conservative in their ways because they're like the first maps we've made for these tournaments. So I'm kind of excited to see what can be done in the future, like maybe something that's more out there, and for a more out there rule set, because this is one in the chamber. It could be played just as well on nearly any map. Although I like to think we made amazing maps for it, of course. And hopefully we'll see one of them in Grand.
For sure. I mean, I want to say. I mean, I feel like these maps are very light, but at the same time, we did see a lot of Horizon the past 2 days. So
Yes,
it's gonna be
Horizon
interesting to
seems to
see
be a fan favorite.
It's gonna be interesting to see where the pick bans go, like what the leaders want to do, because I mean, all these maps have their quirks to it. Their ways to play them, and it's gonna be interesting to see like
Oh, let's see.
which maps are preferred. Because we have potentially 3 maps in total. If we get a stalemate and we get a 1-1 situation, we go to a third map. So potentially we get to see a lot of variety when it comes to map choice and what people will obviously have to do because different maps play differently. But that's going to be cool.
Like I said, I do wonder what motivates these picks. Like, is Horizon just the most balanced one? Is it like what's the word? Like the neutral stage? And the other one's like counter
It
picks?
is pretty vanilla, yeah. It does feel pretty vanilla. Like in the
they all have their
vanilla
own
TF2
personalities.
sense, right?
Yeah. I know I made Slums, and I'm obviously like super happy with it and I want to see it, but honestly I kind of want to see more of Skylock. Wow, Horizon immediately banned Team Troll
It's
Game.
interesting.
Ever.
Horizon Quickband, that's a wow, that's been, and Fjord as well. Wow, I want to say these are the 2 most played maps in the group stage. These were the 2 maps you saw the most of. So seeing both of these 2 banned, at least from a content perspective, is very exciting, because it means if we go to third map, we're gonna see all the 3 least played maps essentially.
Yeah, and we're gonna see at least one of the 2 custom maps.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Ooh, Slums is a first match to cast, like the grand finals on the map you made. That's gonna be pretty cool.
Troll Gang. I don't know what to say. I think they picked Slums earlier. I'm gonna have to bet on them winning, I think.
I mean, if they picked it earlier as well, then they probably like the map. They might have some strats lined up. I'm excited because yeah, I mean, it's a risky map to pick, I would say, because there are so many different things that I would argue nobody has ever really done before. Like there's some like there you can be really aggressive, like ignore the point and just play around like the rooftop area and like basically go from your rooftop to theirs through that one little room. Like if you win that fight in the mid there, then you just go into their spawn essentially. You can start causing chaos. Like there's so many different things you can do when it comes to jumps and like head
Right. It
glitches
looks
and
like
all these other things. So it's gonna be cool to see
yeah.
what these players come up with. Skylock
Looks like
second pick,
Skylock is
that's
picked,
really
yeah,
cool as
and
well.
Digside is the
Because we
decider.
haven't really
So
seen that one too much. And then
yeah,
Digside Decider.
they picked 3 base maps to play, is all I can say. 3 of the ones that really do. Like, obviously, they all deserve the limelight, but Slumber Skylock and Digside are the most unexposed to players before this. So, there's going to be amazing grands.
Yeah, this looks like a. Yeah, I mean, this is like I would say this is like optimal map choice. At least if you ask me, it's a very subjective thing, of course, but it's just like at least content-wise, like I think these maps are just the most interesting to see people play, and there's more like on Fjord and Horizon. They're they have things, they have hiding spots, they have little spots going on. You can play aggressive, but they're pretty linear in that way. Like they're relatively predictable. But I think these maps have more just little things going on, little nooks and crannies that you don't really expect, or a funny jump that most people wouldn't try, stuff like that. Like so I'm really hoping
Yeah.
to see some cool stuff. Like I know a couple of jumps on dig sites that are pretty a-traditional that I'm not expecting anyone to pull out, but if they do, then I'm going to be very excited and I'll definitely be pointing it out.
Yeah,
And
I'm
the same
excited to
will
learn
apply.
of skill jumps because I like to think
Sure.
I'm some kind of a infinitely knowledgeable about my own that kind of person, but there's always a skill jump that someone finds that you didn't really predict, and it's like usually it's not something broken because it's just like it's a skill jump, and it's TF2. Do we really care that much? But it's just like kind of cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. There's this jump on Skyloft that was like pretty precise on one side, and then on the other side we were like 20 hammer units short of being able to do it. And I remember
Oh,
trying
wow.
to do it on the other side because I was like, "There's no way this doesn't work. There's no way it doesn't work." And ultimately, at some point, I decided I'd turn on the whip, and then it was like, "Oh, I can do this with the whip, but it's still really difficult." So that's kind of funky. But I don't think anyone is even going to go for that jump normally because it's just like I don't think they're like it's not worth it. It's too exposed.
And they don't have the
You're
whip
gonna
in
get
any
shot.
case.
Well, yeah, but it's the other side you don't need to whip for, right? But even then, it's like a very exposed jump. It's like next to the point. So if you're gonna try for it, it's very predictable where you're gonna jump because you can only do the jump in one way, right? So people will be able to shoot you if you go for it. Like, it's just stuff like that. It's gonna be very interesting to see people manage these like risks and stuff because, well, I mean, a lot of this game mode is actually rooted in like the risk management of like I have a bullet, but I could also knife you because I know you don't have ammo, stuff like that. Like making these little
Yeah, to
decisions like,
get
am I going to risk that? Am I going to rely on my aim, or do I think I'm going to miss the shot and then just go for an easy shot and kind of wait? Like, there's all these little different small decisions you can make as well, right? Like on the micro level, which I think is very interesting at the game end.
By the way, something I very deliberately done on slums that are like, do you know that little brick building which both teams go through to get to the point?
Yeah, with the little, I think it's like the battery room, right? With like the voltage sign on it. Is that the one you need?
I think so.
It like connects essentially the two rooftops together, like the two rooftop areas
exactly that
in like a
one.
little middle room. Yep.
I designed it very specifically so that would be the place you would go if you wanted to knife someone, and that the kind of like the like wider concrete like walkways up to the point would be where you go if you wanted to snipe someone, because that not only like separates the two purposes in this event, but it also means that once I eventually release the map as a Koth map, it's going to be like there's going to be a place for snipers to go, and there's going to be a place for like soldiers to go, and they're not actually going to be like clashing with each other and fighting in ways they don't find fun.
Yeah, it's definitely like an interesting thing to keep in mind, like the rest of the game, quote unquote, when you're building a map that it was initially supposed to just be for this game mode. Definitely adds a little different angle to it.
And also, I can tell you why the slums has all those little jumps and stuff, because it's like I have this kind of theory of like 90s versus 2000s versus 2010s design, right? Where it's like, if you look at like deathmatch maps and stuff like that throughout the ages, you tend to find that a lot of maps from the 2000s have like these really unbalanced spots where you have like a window above an area and like no one would ever expect that, and you can just get a free snipe on someone, right? And it's like in the 2010s, people started to move away from that a lot because of the competitive revolution.
Yeah, I
But it's
also think
actually like,
more mappers became aware of what became like good is sort of like good map design, what are bad map design choices
well,
within like the sphere of Thief 2. At the start it was very experimental and people like they had for a while the best map, quote unquote, the best community map was like Orange because it was just so simple and someone ported it from a different game and it just happened to play so well. So, like it actually took a while before community maps became good, quote unquote, just because it took a little bit for people to, you know, TF2 is a fairly complex game. It has a lot of moving parts to it, so it kind of makes sense that it took a while for
it's
that
one
to
of the
go on.
hardest. It's one of the hardest games I think ever to develop a map for. But I think it's not like, no offense to you, but I think it's kind of closed-minded to say that community maps started out bad because it's like when I think back to like Frontier and Cashworks, those are from 2009, and those are I think both of
Well,
my top
yeah,
five
but
TF2 maps
you can
ever.
definitely
And it's
tell
like,
that Cashworks is dated. There are some things about it. I don't remember who, but someone made this video that's just kind of like showcasing all the little inconsistencies about Glasswork. Like they use different kind of light props and then different colors of lights and like all these things that they could have streamlined to be the same like thing thematically. They use all these different things to make it very inconsistent. And some of the verticality seems a bit extreme and stuff like that. Like you know, and it's a little bit choky at times. It feels a little bit like Dust Bowl or Gold Rush, which a lot of people would say are maps that aren't very good and that are, you know, are from a long time ago. I know I just insulted half of chat by calling Dust Bowl bad, but I'm not going to take that back. I'm sorry, guys.
but yeah, but like the thesis I have basically is that like that I was going to go on with is that like that's what 2000s design is, right? But I think there's actually kind of like reasons for all of it, and it's not just because people were bad at level design. Because I think it really, you have to look back further to like the 90s and like Doom and Quake and deathmatch in general. And then what I realized was that like in Quake, you don't have matchmaking. You have 10-hour players in lobbies with 10,000-hour players. So how do we make this still fun? Well, we design maps with deliberately overpowered spots so that if the 10-hour player is in the right place at the right time, they can actually score a victory over the 10,000-hour player. But most of the times they're meeting the 10,000-hour player, the 10,000-hour player is destroying them. So
Yeah.
the 10,000-hour player is still rewarded for being good, but the 10-hour player isn't just being destroyed over and over again. They're still scoring some wins. So actually, intentional unfairness in map design can actually be like really fun, and the competitive revolution made people absolutely forget that entire discipline of map design. So I
It's
try to sort
definitely
of bring that
true.
back a lot with
And
slums.
it's another thing that I also think is a general thing is like you can only have yin with yang, right? Like you need a certain amount of variety. Otherwise, we're just playing Dust Bowl or sorry, Dust 2, I was going to say, but Dust Bowl
Yeah.
was still in my mind. We're gonna otherwise every map is gonna be Dust 2 and copied and maybe with grass instead of sand this time, right? Like yeah, so having different maps with different ideas like that, you know, it's inherent, and some people are gonna like certain things more than others. And then having like that sort of like that asymmetricality in map design is definitely like can be a good thing as well, right? Like making certain spots really good and, you know, creating power positions, creating places people want to go to, or
Yeah.
places people realize are really good when they accidentally go there sometimes also.
Did you know in 2009 it used to be accepted map design theory that your map must have a closed-in space for pyro to be effective in, and that's like that's so antithetical to how people design maps after the competitive revolution, where it's basically all just
Well,
wide and
kind of,
open.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's also like, are you designing for sixes or are you designing for, you know, something like Highland or are you designing for Force even? Because Force has got on a smaller scale, so you get like some of these smaller Koth maps. I think maps like Koth Hangar, Koth Rail Bridge, even Brazil, like they're all just like these smaller scale Koth maps. But you also have like just the larger Koth maps like, you know, Viaduct that you would see like Highlander or sixes on. But
If I
you
had
know,
to hazard a guess, I don't think slums would be a very fun map in fours.
um. Yeah,
Because
I
it's just
don't
like
like
it splits you up a
the
lot.
thing about taking any map into competitive is you really have to start considering like the demo man and the fact that he has stickies. Like, how is that going to affect your map? Because the demo creates a lot of things in the he shifts a lot of the meta. You know, the demo is very powerful and sticky bombs are very powerful, and being able to hide stickies inside of non-solid objects is very powerful as well.
Oh, I get. I with my maps to ensure that the clipping works out well, I like to make a lot of props non-solid, and that occasionally gives me grief because people are like, "Oh, but you can hide the stickies inside this," and most of the time you just can't. Like the stickies are still visible, but they complain about it
Hmm.
anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's some egregious example on Upward First where there's like a couple of rocks that only exist on BX9, but they can completely cover your stickies. But stuff like that, it's kind of inherent, you know, like you can't really do too much about it. Like you can try to avoid it, but at the end of the day, like, I mean, even Valve
Yeah.
maps don't do it correctly. Like someone sent me a screenshot the other day of this spot on Gold Rush, where there's like this lamp, right? But the lamp is like the collision model of the lamp is actually mirrored. So you have a visual model of a lamp here, and then you have the collision right here. It's super weird. But you could hide, obviously, you could hide stickies in the fake lamp, and then you could bump into the real lamp that you can't see. Like, it's very silly, but you know, so even like the real maps don't do it correctly sometimes.
Yeah, there are some props with just absolutely horrible collision meshes. Like there's a very famous example of like a watchtower, radio tower, where its collision model is just like perfectly it, but smaller. So it's just totally worthless, and you have to turn it off and build your own collision with clip brushes.
Yeah.
By the way, it looks like we have 5 vs 5. So once we have the
Yep.
team tags, they can ready up and get
Yeah,
going.
I'm seeing team tags. Alright, looks like we're gonna start soon. Yeah, I'm seeing team tags. I'm seeing a coordinated select. Oh, this is really fun. We see a coordinated selection of profile pictures on the troll facing. They all got a different looking
Yeah,
troll
troll
face.
gang,
I really like
truly
that.
based
As
team.
a yeah,
Hey,
as a
where's the prediction?
2010
I need
internet
to.
connoisseur, I can get behind that.
Yeah, where's the prediction? I need to bet on troll gang as quickly as I can. I need to go all in.
Yeah, we need to get a prediction in here.
Yeah, the troll gang, they don't have it cut out for them because I noticed that the Gunspike gods, they performed really well in the playoffs. Like I think their match was a 3-0 and not very close at all.
Yeah, it's
So
true. That's the quarter. They did really well. This team. I played against this team in the group stage, and they were a fierce opponent. It really made me feel like I was the only spy player on my team, which, to be fair, I was. But there was no other team that really made me feel like that. You know. Anyway, we're hopping into the action here. Seeing a bit of a mid fight. Looking equal so far. Small advantage for red. 1v2
the
now.
Gunspike gods taking an early lead, but the troll gang showing they will not be left behind so easily. Oh, but the win goes to the initial win goes to the Gunspike gods.
We have secured the control point.
Hang on, I can bet for troll gang now. So
Yeah, get your bets in real
690.
quick. Go all in with your channel
Oh, it's
points. You know.
50-50 pretty much.
Yeah, we need someone to shift the odds.
There's one player on Gunspike gods. His name stands for. So
Well,
it's
just
GG
all in on
stands
Guns
for.
by Gods. If the entirety of chat all in on Guns by God, it's gonna be really fun to bet on the other side. Come on, guys.
Troll gang
Do
takes back the point. Amazing performance. And a nice swift recapture, like what I like to see in Koth.
Yeah,
And Guns by
less than
Gods
30
is forced to
seconds,
win.
so looking like a balanced match, just based on that first little interaction.
And Gunspike God's forced to come out of spawn and try to flood back onto the point, and so far they're successful. But I noticed on slums, there's a way of it going where you all go onto the point, and then like a bunch of enemies just crawl out of the woodwork and demolish you. And it certainly looks like that's happening so far. But it looks like Troll Gang is just barely scrambling to claw back the point from Gunspike God to aggressively on it. But it looks like so
Yeah, they're
far they're
managing to stay in it.
Ooh.
It's kind of back and
Final
forth.
stab
Blue
takes
team
it for the Gunspike
does
Gods.
get it. Yeah, but they delay two of their own players, and the red team spawns are actually a little bit better now because of that, I think. So we would probably see a pretty swift repush here. If,
Troll Gang taken out brutally while trying to use the fastest route to the point. I've noticed that happen a lot on this map. The team who owns the point likes to scope down that little drop down because that's the route that everyone takes. But they're getting punished for it hard as Troll Gang takes back the point commandingly. Ooh, but a swift knife and stab nullifies that. And Troll Gang just scrambling for just a crumb of bullet, but they aren't granted it.
I love seeing those little awkward melee fights when both players miss their shot. They're kind of deciding, like, am I going to waddle at him? Am I going to go for it? Blue team, though, staying very confident on point here. A lot of cap time on the red side, but they're all getting taken out, so it might not account for much.
Red getting so close to capturing the point over and over again, but blue team just stacking up the seconds on the point. Which is another thing I've noticed happen quite a bit on this map.
The difference is building, that's for sure.
And blue's
Almost
taking their sniping positions on the point.
Oh yeah, I've seen someone hiding on the boxes. I love that.
Yeah,
I want to see more spots like that.
Yeah,
no
I added those
yet.
boxes pretty much just for that purpose. Oh, it looks like Troll Gang is so far winning the prediction.
A bit of a scuffle.
That's crazy. The better team will win, you know what I'm saying? Although so far they're not, but I believe. No commentator bias. Yeah.
Definitely not trying to influence
nearly the full
Twitch
complement
chat.
alive on both teams, and but no one's willing to aggress the point because Red's freshly respawned. They're trying to clear that angle that Blue keeps scoping down, but they don't realize that Blue's not there. So
Yeah, it looks like Red was kind of waiting for their last player, even though their last player was caught behind. So it's kind
and
of
they're
a
hydration moment and posture check.
hydration. Let's go.
I gotta join the Navy. Sit up straight. You know,
Well, Red team does finally take a point, but there's like a
They might
almost a
not take-
2-minute
they might keep it
difference
for
now.
long.
So this is rough.
'Cause-
They're gonna have to be
They do
very
actually
aggressive,
get
very
some,
assertive in keeping this.
take it back.
Alert.
Yeah.
Control point
Recently,
has been
I've developed this hobby of like Google searching Academy Award for Best Picture and just looking at some of the oldest winners. And I watched a good film from 1934 called "Here Comes the Navy." That's the end of the tangent. That's the full story. It was good. It
Well,
was a
Blue
good
coming
movie.
in cleanly though. Gets 3 picks, none traded. Oh, 4 now actually.
Yeah,
So
Gunsmoke
that
God's
is really
taking back the
bad for
point
Red.
very, very swiftly, looking like a win for them. if
Oh,
this
but Trollgang does
continues.
get some picks here. So we might see a bit of a repush. So they might have a chance to hold it one last time
Yeah,
here.
Quattro just demolishing Gunsmoke Gods. Maybe he can be the hero who wins it for his team,
Oh
but
my.
maybe not. And it looks like they just won't reach the point in time to contest it, and that'll be a win for the Gunsmoke Gods. By the
Yep,
way,
that's
that's
pretty convincing.
I
Started
designed the fountain point to be a lot like the attack defense points I designed, where it's like it's a very like tense arena where you're like you can be covered from one angle at any one time, but never covered from all angles at all times. So you're kind of at every moment you're forced to make like a trade-off of where you're covering yourself from.
Yeah,
And
where
if you
you're
make a lot of
looking.
correct decisions in a row, you're rewarded with being the hero who saves the cap point for your team.
Yeah, it's
So I
actually
think
it's pretty
those hero
interesting.
moments are something you should really strive to create in TF2.
Yeah,
element.
and a moment like that situation is actually very like game sense dependent, like knowing where to expect the players, where they like to hide, or where they might be pushing you from at any time. You know, you might even have callouts to help you out with that as well, which could give you an advantage. So stuff like
Yeah.
that, like it definitely means that those with higher game sense, they might actually they might get something going there where otherwise people might, you know, just get owned from 3 different angles at the same time.
But Gunspy God's taken an early and commanding lead once again, and Trollgang is just waiting, staggered to move in altogether.
See some picks from out of the blue side. Red team almost wiping. Luna
Sneaky
managing to find the
demolishing the
pick.
Trollgang as they try to push in. Looks like they're gonna have to be waiting a little while longer to get their hands on
And
this
that's-
point. Oh, but
And that's the team right there.
stands for sneakily gets knifed, but the man who knifed him gets sneakily knifed by Sneaky. So I guess it was destined.
And Sneaky actually going for the spawn shot there. I actually
Oh,
think
but it didn't work out
that's
for him.
we haven't really been seeing too much like people being really aggressive and going into the rooftops area to get cheeky angles into spawn. But
Well,
I think
that's
it's pretty
to
solid
not
on this map.
work. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think it can work. Like, you know, you occasionally go for it as a surprise play as well, and stuff like that can
Yeah.
get you some free picks, especially if
The
you're
way I
lining your
design it is
shots.
that like normally everyone's leaving through the same door that leads straight to the rooftop area, but if you really don't want to get spawn camp, you can just leave through the door that leads to the plaza, the mall,
Yeah.
and you're not getting spawn camped anymore. So, but red team really having trouble getting their hands on this point. Well, longer
Yeah,
than a minute held by
they
Troll-
started
by
out
the
well in the
Gunsmoke Gods.
first round. They were kind of going back and forth, but they kind of slowed down their pace
Ooh, but three
like
picks
over the
here is gonna
course of
put
the
them
round.
back
And
on
now
the
in the
map.
second round, we're really not seeing them anymore. Well, as I say that, they get the
Well,
recap,
yeah,
but
they kept the point.
1.5 minute, that's not...
Commentators curse.
Yeah, kind of true, but 1.5 minute of time already gone for the blue team is like, that's pretty bad if you're red. You're not too happy.
Oh, but it's not unsalvageable. That's the beauty of King of the Hill. But
It's
Gunsmoke
true,
God's coming back
but
with a commanding push. Oh, but Sneaky gets taken out.
It does get traded out. And another pick for red. It's
Oh,
traded
but
out
it's 2 versus
again.
3. Oh, 2 versus 2.
There's so
Just
many trades
one
coming out.
Troll Gang
This
member
is so
left and he's
exciting.
done for, and that's a
And
recapture
the
for
blue clutch, yeah.
Well, not much of a clutch considering they were winning already, but it was exciting.
Control point.
And Trollgang trying push with a few members, a risky play. Let's see if it works for them. One pick rewarded already, so it could work out very well.
It's a nice opening, yeah, but the one pick didn't have any ammo, so it's not an incredibly valuable pick. Oh, they find a
Quattro spots an
second?
enemy in the
This is good.
bureaucracy room. That's what I call it, because it's got the little like stalls. Troll gang member tries taking the point, but he's just getting scoped down by
Yeah, big
Chachapla,
fight.
which
Looks
I'm
like
sure I'm
Red does
pronouncing
pull
wrong.
out ahead.
But it looks like they managed to recap the point after with not too much trouble. So maybe it's still a
Yeah.
winnable round. And let's hope, because that'll mean my map is nice and balanced.
We could see it. But we need to see some pop off on the red side, I think.
They
Like
got an
holding
early
this
pick.
for 2 minutes is well, they have a small ad here.
Gunspy
Player
getting
lives.
checking their corners and easily diffusing Red's
Ooh,
camping spots.
Oh, we almost saw a backstep. But
Oh,
he actually
nice, an unfortunate nice loss, but
Is being contested.
2 picks for Team Gunspy Gods leaves Red with only 1 player who is clearly scared to push and lose his life. So that's an easy capture for the Gunspy Gods.
Control point.
And I do think it was the right play to retreat there. So no
he's trying
shame
to
on the troll
jump up,
gang.
but he didn't get out there. It's unfortunate.
It
I
created a
feel
trade
like
for
in a
him
spot
though,
like that
so-
when you don't have any ammo, like you
Oh,
may as well
Sneaky
go
gets
for
the
something,
jump from the
right?
fence.
Go for a hiding
That's that
spot.
kind
or
of
something.
ambush you were talking about. He was hiding on top of
That's
the fence and
true.
dropped down
That's the
backstab.
kind of map play that I want to see. I want to see people utilize the verticality, the little interesting spots, all the different angles and places to jump up.
Control point is
Mm.
being
But
captured.
Team
Like
Troll Gang
there's the same
taking
set
back
of
the
like
point
a
area with
similar set of
force
jumps you
to
can
keep
do.
it.
Like you have this fence coming out of the plaza side, and you can actually get on top of that with the same set of jumps that you would do to get on like the fence that Sneaky to jump off play from. Like there's a ton of stuff that people, they could be abusing, but they're really quite tame. I must say.
They want it to be a contest of skill because the Troll Gang are absolute chads, and the Gunspy Gods are too, I guess. No bias again. The better team will win. That's how Koth goes. And Gunspy Gods is taking what looks like the last fight, but it's not over yet. And there's just one of them left, and he's lost the knife fight on the point. A dramatic twist of fate that might just result in the win for the Troll Gang.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
And with 5 players on both team alive, rushing the point, let's see how it pans out. An early pick for Troll Gang. They are not willing to take their early defeat lying down, but Sneaky, again, proving his prowess. Oh, the Gunspy
Some
got
trades.
cruelly shot from behind, but it doesn't pan out
Yeah,
for
we're
the
gonna need to
Troll Gang, and it
see-
looks
we're gonna
like they
see a
might
bit of a
lose with
clutch
just
here
30
for
seconds
you.
left on their clock. A much closer match than the first time, I think.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very close round so far, but it looks like they won't be able to get to point in time. Since
And
they're all
that's
too
another
far away.
win. That's another win for the Gunspy Gods. So the Troll Gang had better take it back and prove their and prove that they picked slums for a reason, and that they can honor it. Love you guys for picking slums, by the way. Right, we've got a replay here, and stands for just sweeping through the point and destroying everyone. You see, like a good one in the chamber match is so brutal in a way. Just kill after kill after kill after kill. Like what we're about to see. An early pick from the Gunspy Gods, and a second one. They are just determined to dominate the point from an early stage again, and they might just be rewarded for that determination. Oh, but Quattro proving he's not willing to take that lying down with 3 quick kills.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty decisive mid for the red team here.
But the last player alive is the Sneaky, the
It's
so far
Sneaky,
MVP.
titular Sneaky, trying to be
Oh, and
sneaky
he
and get
dies
something on point, but he did
immediately. Oh,
not
man.
quite find it. It's a nice attempt though. That's kind of the kind of thing you have to go for if you're the one remaining and you don't have a bullet. You gotta go.
Yeah, he wanted to be a hero, and I respect him for it. Both teams here are chads. And Team Gunspy Gods with 5 versus 4, and a Troll Gang member on low health somehow. I think he took full damage. But he takes out Sneaky all the same, not hampered by his wounds at all, it seems. And both teams are having a tense, even fight right now, with just 1 player alive and at the point on both.
Being captured.
And stands for loses it, fails to recapture the point, and getting closer to the minute mark for Troll Gang. A much stronger round than their previous 2. Yo, live Kevin Supermarket reaction redeemed.
Yo, live Kevin Supermarket reaction. Red actually
And,
pretty dominant this round. Blue hasn't been able to cap yet, which is
yeah, absolutely crushing the Gunspy gods. You know,
yeah.
clearly their morale has been rallied by my speech about their commitment to slums. Oh, but Sneaky clutches it and takes back the point for his team. Looks like he's just barely going to rescue it before the minute-and-a-half mark.
Yeah, it's I mean that's a really nice start though for Red Team, considering they've basically been playing on the back foot the whole time so far. They've always been the second team to cap, and with with the shorter cap time. So if they're able to quickly push in here, they have a big advantage for this round.
Yep, and it's just a 5v5 mono team fight here, and let's see how it pans out. Snacks in the little underpass area, desperately trying to get out of there alive.
Yeah, I would never try to go for something from there. That just seems like a death sentence, but you know he went for
And
it.
it was.
Yeah, I mean
Troll
sometimes
gang assertively getting
desperation
right on the
playing.
point, but getting stabbed in the process. But Jespera saving it.
I think I just heard I think I just heard someone get hit right. Like I'm pretty sure I saw him swing the knife. I heard the hit sound, and he did not get a kill.
No. Hit Reg failed, but never having an ass ever. Yeah, I've been loving these. I've been loving these intense team fights on the point because it's just really like you have two people fighting, and then just because they didn't look behind them at the right time, they've been gunned down by someone who has recently won their own fight. You know, it's just such a all-out brawl, fitting of the name Slums. And Luna XCBN almost proving their street fighting prowess, but standing still a little bit at the end there, causing them to die. And Gunspy Gods takes the point back with not too much trouble, but they are quite behind on time, more than a minute.
So it was a full wipe for the red team. So it's good that they get the cap there. We got a bit of a minute difference. So you know, Blue's gonna need to step it up a little bit. I bet red team is feeling pretty good about this.
They've proved in the previous two rounds that they're very capable. So
yeah,
Troll Gang, their work is not done, not by any means, and they've chosen an alternate.
Well, look at this! Look at this rooftop hiding spots. I love this. Yeah. He's like crouching on the slanted roof, so he can like sort of hide. This is wonderful.
I'm glad you like it. That Troll Gang took a different route to the point than what Gunspy Gods were expecting, so they were able to take it with a relative ease, but they may not hold it for long.
Oh, but he didn't get anything with it. Oh, that's too bad. The hider, I think he spent too long, like just sitting there and then waiting for the perfect moment, and he should have just went with like the mediocre moment and gotten some kills.
Yeah, you have to be brave. You have to be as brave as you can in this game mode. That's what pays off.
Very true. And yeah, it's better to like
proving that by rushing the point.
It's definitely a case of like it's better to be overconfident and miss your shot than to hold on to the bullet way too long and then just like your whole team gets wiped because of it or something, right? Like you definitely want to be the one initiating and not really be like waiting too much. At least that's where I stand.
I agree with that fully. And Troll Gang wins another fight, and if Gunspy Gods can't clutch it out here, that's going to be a commanding, a powerful comeback round for the Troll Gang.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's first to four, so it's not like Blue was one round away or something, but it's a good, you know, it's good to start getting these wins if you want to turn it back. So.
And Troll Gang does cinch it out after an intense overtime. Definitely,
so turned it
definitely a good round. And let's go on to the next, where hopefully Troll Gang will win again. No bias.
Definitely did not spend all of his Fortress Faceoff tokens to
my NFTs. Yeah, and Troll Gang proving that their morale, they're more than just like trolls on the internet. You know, they've got the resolve to win this map. Prove that they're masters of the slums, like what I did with the Snubnose Revolver in 2001. But that's neither here nor there.
You know, it's clear from their profile picture situation that they're good at being coordinated because they specifically went out of their way to take different images for everyone. It's you know, they're dedicated.
Unfortunately, they've taken a big loss in this first team fight. Their last player is on just his knife and gets slashed through by Sneaky.
This is actually very interesting. So right there, I saw a red player on the rooftops trying to go for a long-range shot, missed it, and then just decided I'm gonna go back into spawn and just get my bullet because I'm right here. Pretty clever. People actually taking advantage of the fact that resupply cabinets can in fact give you your bullet back.
Yeah, and that's another advantage for the player. That's another reason to not spawn camp is that you can just pick out a spawn with the advantage of the shutter, shoot, and then if you miss, just go back in. You're safe and you got another bullet.
Yeah, the guy in spawn
Much faster
essentially
than it
has
takes for them to
infinite
get their
ammo.
bullet if they miss.
Yeah, and the guy that misses, like the guy that doesn't have his spawn right there, he potentially only has one bullet, and if he misses, it's over for him. But if you're on your spawn there, you have essentially infinite ammo, so it's very comfortable. It's kind
And
of
Troll
nice.
Game proves that a lost teamfighter just water under the bridge for them, taking this point back under a minute. No trouble at all. I must say, this is a grands this is the best balanced teams I could ever ask for in a grands. They're clearly both absolute Chad teams full of amazing players.
Yeah, it's like not one-sided because like we've seen some matches in playoffs that were fairly one-sided, 3-0s and stuff like that, but it's
One on
already shaping up
slums.
to be much better than that.
Yeah, and
And I mean,
Troll
if you
Game
look at
wins
the
another
scores
team
as well,
fight,
it's
taking the
very
point.
close.
Yeah,
There's no real like one player that is like lagging behind or dragging any specific team down. Like they're all pretty grouped together. All the
difference between the top
score-wise.
scorers in each team is just 2 points, and the difference between the bottom scorers is only 5.
Yeah, it's really close.
And Guns by Gods rallying forth to attack the point, but they're unfortunately
Wait,
defused by
I
Just
think he
Bruh
just got
with an
4 picks in a row.
amazing.
Was that a 4-piece from Just Bruh? I think so.
I'm not sure, but he
It looked
truly
like
played amazingly around the cover on the point.
I think it was at least
Just the thing that
3.
rewards you with a win.
It's definitely.
Yeah, just looking at the kill streaks is not the
Nice
way to
plays.
tell, because some people have kill streak guns but not kill streak knives, and not usually the other way around for some reason. But
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bit of a strat where you just all unequip all of your items so that people can't use your cosmetics and stuff to call you out, right? And so it's just like
oh
5
yeah,
blue
yeah.
spies running at you, rather than there's a snake running at me, and there's an unusual running at me, and there's a shark, and there's a so
Stands for
that's
definitely is wearing a snake. I didn't know that was a cosmetic in the game, but it clearly helped him take back the point. So
I mean, it would be appropriate that the spy be the class with the snake cosmetic.
definitely. But Guns by God's having a commanding lead over the point area, making back that small time difference between the two teams, making it a closer and closer match. But Troll Gang rallying onto the point with all their courage. A difficult knife fight for the last member of Troll Gang. Let's see if he can pull it out. Or went for a spin move there, but it just didn't work out for him.
You love to see it. The random 360 to try to throw them off. You see those a lot nowadays. People are like on really high sense, or maybe they have the spin around button. Who knows? But
yeah,
a
a few picks on both sides. Gonna spice up this team fight. And Troll Gang cheekily trying to push into Guns by God's lobby and attack them from behind, but Guns by Gods realizes quickly and turns around to face them and blast them. But not killing them all, so Troll Gang takes a commanding lead over the point area, but that may not lead to them really capping. We'll just have to wait
it looks
and
like
see.
they're getting shot off the point right now.
Yeah, that's what I described on Slums. It's like, if you can, because the map is like so wide and the routes are separated, you can get to the point unnoticed with relative ease, but you might not survive after you do, so it's very tricky. And that's what we just saw here. Guns by Gods was able to defend their property and be the masters of the slum this time.
We're seeing a fence hopper. Let's go. Gotta see it. We gotta see it.
Mission ends in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we got snacks in the spot. We got
Quattro gets
Sam's
an
trying to get
early
on top
pick,
of the palm tree, but he
sniping
doesn't
down
quite know how
range.
to do the jump, it looks like.
Guns by God's hiding spots just not working out for them. Troll Gang has learned and mastered them.
Yeah.
And
they're only
5 players alive on the point right now, and absolutely
It's just the
dominant
one with the
position.
knife behind point.
Yeah, it must have been
The hiding
terrifying
spot's
in that moment.
The hiding spot's actually just working against them right there.
Yeah, pinned into a corner,
interesting.
by the way. Hydration moment.
Ooh, get some hydration. I think you.
Mission ends
Alright.
in 60 seconds.
So, Troll Gang has taken back the point, not willing to let it be lost by Guns by Gods. So
Yeah, Guns by
early,
Gods
but Guns by
only
Gods is
14
about to
seconds
take
on
it back
the
with
clock,
just
so-
14 seconds on the clock. That could be devastating for the Troll Gang.
Yeah, that's very scary. They're gonna have to do something about it very quickly.
Very,
It's
very
only
quickly.
47
In fact, I'm not
seconds
sure
once
that they
they
reach it in
do
time.
cap it. It's very winnable for the red side, but they need to get a big push going, get some picks, and just hold it comfortably. They managed to
Oh,
trade
and they
2 for 2.
just don't get it in time.
Oh, but they're not fast
Sneaky
enough.
taunting on the point because he knows
It's
he won.
heartbreaking.
Brutal.
They got the picks. They were trading out. They were getting the better spawn times, but they just couldn't make it to the point fast enough.
Yeah, Guns by Gods flaunting their win. but I'm sure that won't damage Troll Gang's morale. They're unbreakable, and I'm sure they'll come back to
Now
win
it's
another
match
round.
point.
And I'm not just hoping that I'm gonna lose all my gamble Twitch points.
Well, that's potentially match point, actually. If the blue team wins this, that'll be match point.
Seeing some
For the
good
first
rounds in
map.
the match chat. Oh, an early pick from Gunspy Gods. HZAC from Troll Gang trying to sneak around behind the enemy lines, but DePru was ready
Oh,
and
do you reckon
defuses that.
DePru saw the unusual effect over the battery there? I feel like
I'm
that
not sure.
may
I
have
think he
like
was
stuck
just.
out over the cover there.
I saw
like,
him
he
there
has
long
the-
before there were any players even near him. I think he was just there ready for someone to be
Oh,
trying
that's
a
definitely
cheeky play because
yeah.
he is against the Troll Gang. You have to know how the Troll Gang works and how Quattro is. Quattro versus Sneaky, the battle of the century.
The control point is being captured.
Oh yeah,
There's
the
got about
chatter
a
with the
trillion alerts,
good
but
remark. The
Quattro
HUD names are
blasts
definitely
Sneaky and takes the control point. Is the server? Yeah, is the server lagging?
No, it's a pause.
Oh, a timeout. All right. Well, chat, this is your chance to hydrate.
Welcome to Pauselander chat. Can we get the Pauselander copy passes going?
Yeah, where's the pause champ?
Come on, bro. Come on, guys. We need the everybody
Alright.
down. Okay, we're back.
Back in the fray, Troll Gang captures.
That's
The
the
clock
shortest pause of history.
is not running. Oh, it is running down. It was just a lingering effect of the pause. And the time difference between the teams almost neutralized. Troll Gang yet again proving that they're not willing to lay down and let themselves be defeated. Truly admirable. Just catches Sticky's attempt to trick stab him and trick stabs the trick stabber. And it's just approved back into the corner. Although it looks like we've got another pause.
Yeah, does look like it.
Game on pause.
I guess that
Back to
must
it.
have
DePru
been,
gets one cheeky kill after the pause, but is not able to slay the whole enemy team. And it's up to the rest of the Gunspy Gods to push through battery and try and retake the point area. One easy pick, right on the point
Yeah, this-
bravely.
very decisive so far. I don't think the blue team's going to be able to, or the red team, sorry, is going to be able to do much, but they do get at least
They
8
bravely
hits.
charge to the point, but are unfortunately knifed,
Gonna get
and
much
that leads to a capture for the Gunspy Gods. Yet again, making it a nice close match.
Very
Lunas
true. Yeah,
Exhibian
this is,
catches Sneaky's attempt to climb up on the fences and blasts him.
it's actually shaping up to be the closest round so far.
And both teams, 4 players, and both teams very scattered around the control point area. And another pause because we're having technical issues, I guess. Because let me explain what's happening for the chat. So, people in the match chat are saying that they're experiencing the invisible player bugs. So we're basically telling them to record a demo and then immediately save it so that
Or
it
actually,
fixes that.
well, I guess they should first stop recording the demo because they have to record one because they're playing grand finals and then start again. But, yeah.
But as soon as we get that fixed, we'll be right back and we'll have this nice intense round going forward.
Paying GG to win right now. Wait. Is this match fixing that I see in chat? Wait.
The Rothschilds.
I don't think that's allowed.
Polo, you traitor. Actually, Polo never announced any official affiliation with Troll Gang, so not a traitor to anyone, I guess.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
See, as I was saying earlier, chat, this is your chance to hydrate. So there you go.
The control point is being contested.
All right, we're unpaused. Let's see it.
Yeah, I'm casting evil shadow magic on Troll Gang during the pause so that they win this team fight.
Oh, we get the funny sliding player bugs. Oh, I love when it looks like they're just all gliding across the floor.
Yeah, but the part I like less is Troll Gang getting all murdered there. Oof.
We all knew you were a spy.
HZAC gave himself away with the full damage there and got stabbed. And Troll Gang getting absolutely demolished. Looks like the pause just destroyed their morale. A quick pause and unpause again. Yeah, the Rothschilds, the Gunspy God's receiving money from the Rothschilds to win this match.
Oh, there's another pause going on. That makes sense. Just wondering.
Yeah, another pause. I'm gonna get my hands on some more water real quick.
Yeah, the pausing. There's people are experiencing an invisible players bug, and they're not really sure how they're supposed to fix it because people. Well, I mean, they're being told how to fix it, but they don't really know what to do. So it's just gonna take a second before they they fix it. It's not that hard to fix. So we should be good in a second. Now the huge ping is just because it's paused right now.
Mission ends in 30 seconds.
Certified source spaghetti moments. I honestly could not say it better myself. That's. Yeah. But it looks like we're back. We got gameplay again. See some traits coming out. Looked like it was blue favored there, but actually red swinging back with 2 quick picks there. Looks like they will maintain their hold on the point, and it's pretty important that they do so right now because timer. Actually, no, I think that's. Yeah, I think the STV HUD is bugging out with the timers.
Right, so
because of the pause.
the bribery of the Rothschilds can't keep Troll going down, and they've
Yeah.
got the
Yeah,
they have the control point right now.
Alert. Our control point. Alert. The control point is being contested.
And a fierce
big scuffle
all over the capture point, and eventually results in Gunspy Gang's victory with almost equal times.
We have captured the control point.
Truly an intense round. Hopefully,
Yeah, that was
a fun one.
That was a big wipe for red teams. They're gonna need to step it back up because I mean it's still very winnable. It's a very close round so far. Can go either way,
even
but
as can be. Despite Troll Gang's reduced morale
but
from
Snacks just
various
in the
technical
spot
issues.
with the enforcer getting big picks. You love to see it.
Gunspy Gang staying strong despite the pauses, but Troll Gang,
The control point is
you know,
being captured.
it feels like the more you stack against them, the stronger they become.
Wait, I just
Taking out
realized
the crew there.
I just
and rallying
realized
onto
we
the
have 2
control point
gangs
with
fighting each other
considerable strength.
in a map called Slums.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly. The optimal
It's very
environment.
cool.
And Troll Gang takes out the last member of Gunspy Gang, seizing back the control point, evening out the times even more.
Yeah, we need to see 40 seconds.
50 seconds.
No, it's Gunspy Gods. Not
Oh,
Gunspy
wow.
Gang.
I never noticed.
were
Well,
mistaken.
they're a gang now. If you win 3 rounds of Slums,
It's
you're now a
true.
street gang.
I mean, they did. They're doing pretty well against the gang, so maybe they're dethroning one gang and becoming it themselves.
Troll Gang though,
A little
the
fight
Slums
here.
are their home stage. They've always got tricks to pull out, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like. It looks like they've
Luna can
run through their
still
bag
do
of tricks.
something here, but it looks like they're opting
Luna
not to. It looks
retreating,
like they're opting to
unfortunately,
retreat. Yeah.
but rallied forth with the support of the teammates, and it looks like
Looks like the blue team will be taking
nothing
this
will
here. I don't think
happen.
anyone will be close enough to point to do anything.
All right, Gunspy God sees the Slums, and they've become the new gang in control of this area. Congratulations.
On their first map win. Let's go.
So now we get to move on to Skylock, another exciting map. And honestly, that match on Slums, I know I developed the map, but I'm really happy with how those rounds played out. Like so many intense fights around the cap point, so much good use of the hiding spots. Like in this replay, Snacks just murdering everyone, and
Yeah, you love to see it. People actually taking good use of the hiding spots. I didn't see enough of that in the group stage for sure, and I didn't really see enough of that in the, in like the playoffs matches from yesterday. So it's nice seeing that some of the top teams are able to actually make good use of these spots. They're getting big picks. They're getting like 3 kills in a row because people don't really check up there or something like that. It's good.
Yeah,
It's good. People playing the match well.
It was 2 truly skilled teams on a map that could accommodate their wildest desires, and it made for a really amazing match. And hopefully an even more amazing one going on to Skylock and then Dig Site, the other original map made for this. Well, we won't see dig site unless Troll Gang wins, but it's just implicit the Troll Gang will win. I mean, come on, the Troll Gang are the best, right?
It will be the most content as well if we get the third map. We get some more
Exactly.
gameplay, more of these amazing gamers facing off against each other and you know, showing their worth.
Also, if Gunspy
More
Gods
opportunities.
does lose this match, they can have the excuse that they were just throwing for content, making it more interesting, you know?
I mean, honestly, yeah, this is fact. And I wouldn't even blame them if that's actually what they did. If they just threw this match for so that they could play another map, like that's, you know, it's a fun game mode. It's fun to play. Like, you know, I can understand why they want to do that. They just want to play it more. Yeah, it's gonna be cool seeing people on this map because I actually have not seen mini games on this at all. I think I played some kind of like scrim on this at some point, and
Yeah,
that was about it.
I played a few practice rounds on Skylock, and
Yeah,
I
exactly.
played it in the initial playtest that caused us to select it, and I had a good amount of fun in both of those. And I think it's a great map for the setting because, like I said, all the maps are kind of unique and have different point areas. With Skylock in particular, it's with Skylock in particular, the point's on a bridge, and there's this big like line of sight under it, and that's where all the initial like fights happen. And that's very different to Slums, where it's all around the point itself. In Skylock, it's kind of more pure, where it's just like you're just sniping across the way, and
Yeah,
whoever hits more
there's so
shots
many
wins.
angles. Like I think on this map, if you're one of those people that is really good at spotting people far away, or if you're good at spotting people that might be head glitching a window super far away, like you know, if you have that sort of like that FPS COD like Tarkov Halo-esque like you know brain of seeing everyone from super far away and then being able to react to people like that, you're gonna be able to do a lot on this map because there's just a
Yeah, I've
lot
seen
of
a lot
abilities to
of
take care of that.
I've seen a lot of nasty angles in this map.
Yeah, for sure.
So we might be able to see them get used because we know that these teams are very capable of using the maps they play on well. They seem very
Yeah.
well practiced on slums, and
Pretty sure
they're
we're
already
starting
going
here
ham
pretty
on this, even
soon.
though it's just the initial deathmatch.
Yeah, it looks like teams are readying up. Win limit change. Should be starting in a second here.
Someone in the chat says this reminds them of PL Eruption, which I vaguely see because Eruption is a pretty spy techy map.
Yeah, it's not true.
You know, some map developer gossip. Eruption and Shark Bear are both made by the same guy, and he's just like basically the nicest guy ever.
Huh. And now I
Anyway,
don't
match
get why they
started.
picked Shark Bay and not Eruption. Because I personally always thought Eruption was much better. But I mean, Shark
I
Bay is
like,
cool because it has like the
yeah,
shark kill triggers, and I can't wait for other mappers to start using those because sharks.
I
Anyway,
really, I think the Shark Bay is a pretty fun map. It would have been good to have it in this, but instead we picked these maps, which are both good. The French Revolution Part 2, says someone in chat. Anyway, Gunspy Gods get mulched by Troll Gang here, and Troll Gang takes an early lead on the point. And who will win the second? Let's see. I'm going to put 69 on the Troll Gang. Oh, no, hang on. I accidentally put
big
10,
bets
so I have
coming out.
to adjust. Yeah. Oh, wow.
It looks like there's a pause again. Yeah.
Oh, another pause. Hey, it just leaves us more time to predict. Someone's put a
This is
lot
true,
of
yeah.
money on the Gunspy Gods,
Anyone
going
in
for the
chat?
easy odds prediction. If you're a real one, you're betting for Troll Gang, I bet. This isn't ping, this is a match pause, I think.
Yeah,
We're
this is
just
a
talking about
pause.
someone who has actually a lot of ping. Alright, seems like we've unpaused, and... Oh, no.
Well, there's a bit of a delay for us.
Alright, we've actually unpaused, I believe. And we're going right back into the action. These pauses are sort of... you know, technical difficulties, like they say, wouldn't be a Fortress Faceoffs, but we've had some good matches despite it, and we're down for another one as Gunspy Gods go right back on the point, start contesting it. And,
Yeah, so far Troll Gang
kicked off by
actually
Troll Gang
starting
at the
off
last second.
with the point time, which is
Yeah,
a
almost a
bit
minute of
unusual for the
advantage, but
matchup.
Gunspy Gods take it back with relative ease. Also, another thing with this point is that a lot of the gameplay is that, like, you're on the point, and then people are trying to jump down from the two, like, metal walkways above. and sort of stab you if they run out of their bullet. Like the first they try to shoot you. Well, we really have a lot of channel points on the line. Looks like the Grands are pulling in the big bets.
Yeah. Gotta make those points.
Trollgang takes back the control point. Another nice and close match.
Yeah, ooh, Luna turning around at like the last possible second getting that butter knife. That's
Yeah, these teams are not like after what happened on Slums, they're not letting anyone sneak up on anyone. They are experienced knife fighters.
yeah.
Truly teams worthy of being in Grands.
The blue team actually really dominant on this map so far.
Sniper
So,
shot. Yeah, Luna seems really good with the snipes, and that's what
do
really
you
is
recall
rewarded on
who
this map.
picked what map? Do you recall if this was the Troll Gang's map pick?
No, I believe Trollgang picked Slums
Oh, they picked Slums. Okay.
because I
So that's
praised
actually
them for
pretty
doing that.
unusual. You would expect, this to be going the other way around, like on either map, I guess.
It's just because they're based. Like they wanted to play Slums because they like it. I bet. But and now they're taking a commanding lead over this map because they were making it more content. They were figuring it's going to be too easy for Big Psylocke, so we've got to pick Slums.
Crew just got a little two-piece from the window overlooking the point. I really like those because both of those shots are long-range shots, which obviously are harder to hit. Very cool to see that people actually using the kind of like the Overwatch type of angles that you have everywhere. But Overwatch is a word, it's not just a video game.
Yeah. Oh, right. I see. But yeah, Gunsmith Gods took back the point with an amazing play. Went for the trick stab, but were punished, and it looks like that'll let Trollgang back on the point.
Yeah, they're mounting a bit of a push here. Getting that point time. Snacks going for something on point, not quite getting it.
They're not willing to give in. Sneaky jumps to the point, and Quattro knifes him with no fear at all.
That was such an amusing fight on point. Oh my.
Yeah,
a little high ground and baiting the melee and stuff. You love seeing stuff like that. People really
we have
playing
so many good
props.
point fights on this on these maps, right? But I think this map has the funniest ones.
Yeah, there's some cool places here. There's some hallways where you can really you can do a funny jump and then strafe around the corner that you're about to peek, and you can actually surprise people very easily. Because obviously strafe acceleration is a thing, and you're jumping from high ground, so it's even more prevalent, which is really cool. The map has a couple little things like that. It's kind of a matter of will people use them though.
Yep, and so far, Trollgang has just been commanding a dominant lead and not letting Gunspike Gods get much at all. But Gunspike Gods to Prue, mounting a last desperate push.
Yeah, he's alone on point. He's trying to clutch it out. Doing pretty well so far. Chachi joining him on point.
Pick off Trollgang member after Trollgang member. A Trollgang member tries sniping from the upper windows, but unfortunately misses and now forced to try and knife Sneaky. Or goes for the amazing trick stab, but it might not have been so amazing since he died. Quattro goes for the stair stab and kind of gets it, then Sneaky knifes him. Just death after death here on the point.
Yeah, we're seeing some trades.
Desperately trying to hold on.
Well, I mean, blue team is getting they have the spawn advantage here, so getting these picks is really good for them. They can start edging. They're gonna force the last few red players to try to block like this and just get them one by one as they're feeding into the point.
It looks like they'll be rewarded for that with a round win. Good one, Trollgang. Posture check. Got to sit up.
Oh, posture check. Yes, that's a very good start for the blue team. Once again, it's not their map pick, so them starting off this strong and getting that first round is kind of unusual.
I told you, Trollgang are born underdogs, and they will perform well the more you stack the odds against them. But we've paused again, and we'll be waiting. Chat, hydrate yourselves. Remember, we can't be the only ones who are staying hydrated.
Put an event idea in chat. It reads Trollgers. It's it leaves a lot to the imagination. That's for sure.
We've probably already done that.
I mean, there's probably some ideas like that floating around, but just saying Trollgers is it's a bit too generic. I would say. I could come up with a lot of different things to do with Trollgers. You can do there's all sorts of stuff. You can come up with trick jump things. You can come up with shovel battles. I don't know.
DePru just says warm up round. Amen. if it is the warm-up round, then they'll claw this next one back against Trollgang, and Trollgang will just get stronger and stronger because they're, they're better when they're beating the
Oh,
odds.
we got a hydration.
Hydration moment.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm starting to run low on water, so
I replenished it during one of the pauses. I'm
that's
tactical like
honest. That's big brain. Yeah.
that. What map now? Trollgang is locked in. Amen. Polo 1v1's
I mean,
Trollgang.
it really makes you. It really makes you think about their. It really makes you wonder if the map choice, like if it means anything from either team, right? Like, did they really think about anything else other than the ban? Like, did they ban did they ban because they don't want to play the map, or did they ban because they like they actually don't like the map or they're not good at it? Like, I'm starting to wonder, like maybe they picked these maps and they didn't really have a strong like idea of what they wanted to play. So maybe that's
Come
just why
on,
we're seeing Troll Gang doing well.
They're competitive players. They surely know better than we do, right?
You would think so, but
I have thought about that as well. As like, what really is motivating these picks? I think I do wonder because the maps definitely do have their personalities, and you can see that Trogging has been doing a lot better on Skylock because of their sniping abilities. But again, they did really well on Slums as well because they're good knife fighters. But it didn't convert into a win for them, so it's hard to say. Maybe if they just got a better run on Slums, they could have won it. Maybe their two teams are just that equal. I'd believe it.
it's very possible. They both made it to grand finals for a reason. They were able to, win their group stage.
All right, and we've unpaused now, and we've got the marvelous
gameplay.
sliding.
All right, get a bit of a rollout here.
Yep, new round, new life. Let's see if
Chicken lobby.
let's see if Gunsmoke God's going to make good on their word and
let's see where the first
take this round
contact
back.
is.
Yeah, Gunsmoke Gods went up and Trogging went down, so they've just kind of awkwardly avoided each other. They're requesting another pause. Really, guys? These are grands. They got to be intense.
Yeah, at some point we have to play the round, guys. Can't just pause forever. I know we all like Highlander, and they pause a lot, but.
Yep, and Gunsmoke God's taking the point. Maybe they will make good on their word, but Trogging sneaks up on them and demolishes them.
Yeah, just complete wipe. Red getting floored on that mid.
Yep, and it looks like that'll actually convert into a capture for Trollgang, even though they had to revert some progress first. But Gunsmoke Gods are not going to be long off their tails. And they already pick up a couple of quick picks especially on Quattro. That's a valuable pick. Although I've been calling Quattro the star player, but this time he's middle scoring. It really looks like every member of Trollgang, and every member of Gunsmoke Gods are almost equal, which is good to see. Gunsmoke Gods takes the point back quickly, but Trollgang rallies back onto it and has a strong presence.
The teams have such a balanced amount of points, because you would expect, obviously, there's like this comp player ruling that says you can only have like 2 comp players in a match at once. You would expect those players to be at the top all the time, but we're really seeing like all the other players on the teams like put in work as well, which is it's pretty impressive.
Well, yeah, it's like this isn't something that's been in any comp league before, and I think there's more to be said than just competitive players. Because like it goes back to that like 2000s design versus 2010s design that I talked about earlier, which is that like there were people who were just really, really good at games before there was competitive play. It's just that no one talks about them because they didn't like make videos of their skills much.
Yeah, at the end of the day, comp skill isn't everything. A lot of the skills that are relevant in the quote-unquote real competitive TF2 are things like coordination and mechanics are kind of like, they're obviously not totally useless and irrelevant, but they're a little bit on the back foot. So I feel like a lot of these You know, a lot of these casual players, they might have the mechanics, you know, to be able to like do well in stuff like this. You know?
Hmm.
Because this
Yeah,
is
like
definitely a game mode
the
where
virtues of
sole mechanical skill can do a lot for you, right? Like you can you can clear 3 people out with just one like with 3 shots in a row if you hit your shots. So.
yeah, like
Mhm.
just purely amazing aim and the like just raw like the sensors to know when someone's creeping up behind you. Those are things you can learn just from playing, and those are things that'll take you very very far on this.
Yeah, the
And
spy
also,
sense is like this massive. Oh, just when we're mentioning it, seeing someone like
yeah,
hide in a corner and like not get checked.
and uh, and the thing is that like the strategy of this event is actually reasonably simple to coordinate. Like people could do it very accidentally, where it's just like you all clump up and move as a gang. Like we kind of did that wordlessly in the playtest. So I think it's a game mode that's kind of scales up well to competitive play, but also very new player friendly, and that's why I'm so excited about the prospect of a V-script version.
Yeah, it's true. Like I actually, this is definitely one of those games that I can just see this being ran on community servers. You know, like those servers that still mess with funny game modes like the Smash mod and stuff like that. Like this would
Yeah,
definitely be a fun addition for their like,
Alert.
you know, for their
The control
attire
point is
essentially.
being
Like,
captured. Mission
yeah. I mean, to me, this is way bigger than just a simple tournament, especially since I developed a map for
he's invested.
it. Yep, and it looks like Trollgang currently has a hold of the point, and they've been kind of at a disadvantage this round, but they can see if they can take that back.
alert. The control point is being captured.
And it looks like Gunsmoke God's just to prove is taking it back, but
Yeah,
as
with the one
HSAC
blue
tries to
straggler.
clear him off, he gets cleared
Yeah,
off
with
from
the one
behind
blue
by
straggler
Scissors.
trying to make something happen on point there, but he didn't quite get anything. It's too bad.
But luckily his teammates are flooding back in, and they might just be able to recapture it. They've been known for bravely storming the
Yeah,
point and
they're
getting
very
rewarded
fast
for it.
about it too. You know, they just dropped 3 players on the point. And one of them died, but or 2 players
Yeah,
on
and
the point, but one of them
I
died.
think that's really rewarded in this game by
It's
just storming the point with as much bravery, as much courage as you
yeah,
can muster.
just all waddle at the same time is actually like working out very well for these players.
Yeah, and Troll getting a Chads like that, and they were rewarded. It captured the point. By the way, with regards to the ping and the constant pauses, we have we have called for a fix for that, so that might come along at some point.
60 seconds. Alert. The control point is being contested.
But they're still going at it, and it's still a close match despite everything, so that's nice. Gunsmoke God's trying to take back the point from Troll Gang, but constant killing on the point leading to no real outcome. But that's still good for Troll Gang because that means it's not captured. And HSAC just dominating the control point area right now. 2 easy kills, and
Oh,
it looks like we
I
pulled.
think that is the restart.
Yep. All right. Servers restarting. Now hydrate for real, chat, because this will take a few minutes.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting the. Okay.
So yeah, it won't be so laggy after this, hopefully.
Yeah, it's
And
been a good match so far, though.
yeah,
It's, I guess that second round will have to be replayed because it was still in progress when the restart happened, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is.
yeah. Wouldn't be Fortress Faceoffs without little hiccups, but still
Yeah,
awesome.
it's the
And
some things, you know, some things don't like. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I mean, you kind of will get this anywhere. Yeah, and I said earlier, like this is kind of bigger than just a written tournament for me, and I'm kind of thinking like this kind of thing is on the come up. Like if we're developing maps just for these tournaments, then like how far can that go? You know, we can start developing like more than that. You know, and just get like tournaments with only original maps, and that's just like I feel like a lot easier to craft wackier rule sets for because we don't have to fit it to an existing layout.
Shout out to the person in chat who just finished the quote that I said half of. You're a giga chat.
What is
I
that?
did not expect anyone to catch that quote. It's a Call of Duty quote, which is, you know, so a little bit more common that people might get it with a format like this, but very cool.
Yeah. I think of this honestly less in terms of Call of Duty and more in terms of James Bond, because that's really what it reminds me of. Just like you have to be an absolute Chad gun spy to succeed. Yeah, chat started to look like a low tier god speech for a moment there.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's a little bit of stuff going on. It looks like we're about to go back into it. Wondering if the first match or the first round is going to be replayed as well, because it was in a very laggy setting. Or maybe
It looks fine. I guess they did pause a lot, but yeah, I don't think the server can actually maintain the state of like which team has won one round and whatnot. So I don't know actually. We'll see. Yeah, the Rothschilds, they sabotaged the server so that Trogging wouldn't win the round.
yeah, there's some industrial sabotage going on right now. It's some real James Bond. Who's causing the behind the scenes damages over here? We're trying to figure out who the mole is. We're actually playing a game of Among Us in the staff chat right now. Figure out who's breaking the server.
Yeah, chat is raw right now. My mental background image for the chat is Koth slums.
The slums made. People are just flinging turds at each other. You'd love to see it.
Actually, with slums, I kind of like designed it. I wanted to make it look like it was like it used to be a nice place, but at that time is like kind of in the past. Like it's got like the fancy fountain with like the railings that say 1861 on them, which is a Half-Life 2 texture that wasn't chosen by me. Oh, someone said slums is mid in chat. Evil, but yeah, I tried to make it look like all the good times were in the past. All right, looks like the server
I'm back in the
successfully
SCV.
restarted.
Yep. Looks the gameplay looks a little bit smoother, so looks like the restart did something.
Luna XTBN having something to say about the server state in the chat.
Alright. I'm ready for it.
These have been
So
some
ready.
intense matches.
Yeah. And this is one of those maps that definitely has because it hasn't been seen so much, right? So I feel like the meta for it, if you will, is I'd say it's very underdeveloped, and I feel like we can see some cool strats coming out. You know, whether that be like clever hiding spots or, you know, jumps that you've never seen and stuff like that. Off angles, you know, the whole thing.
I'm distracted by the guy who said, "I'm a non-veteran kid" in chat. Anyway. Wow, the ping for the players is crazy high again.
Yeah, it seems to spike sometimes. But like,
I wonder if it would almost be better just play the rest of this on the EU. On the, isn't this the EU?
This is the EU server.
I almost wonder if it would be better to just play the rest of this on the NA server, and that would be less net ping.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if it's constantly spiking, then even if it was technically worse ping, then it would probably still be better because the ping was at least consistent, right?
Yeah, I mean definitely.
We'll see.
I'm Australian, right? So it's like I definitely know that slow and steady internet is better than sometimes fast, sometimes really slow internet.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about the consistency. If you have an unpredictable net, you can't really predict how any fight is gonna go.
So we're gonna have to make a decision on how we're gonna play this going forward, because I don't think anyone is really wanting to play with this ping.
It wouldn't be Fortress Faceoffs if the problems didn't start presenting themselves at the very last moment.
Dude, this chat is a real Wild West.
Yeah. That's Twitch chat for you. Oh my god, alright.
Actually, I was researching. I was talking about Tower of Salem earlier, right? In that game, if you don't pick a name for yourself in the match, you get a random name. But it's not like a random name; it's just like a combination of two, of like a first name and a last name. They actually give you like one of a list of like the names of people who were in the actual Salem witch trials. So they give you like Giles Corey, Martha Corey, John Willard, Thomas Danforth, etc. I was actually looking some of those people up on Wikipedia. I don't remember where this goes, but some of the stuff that happened is is a little too gruesome to say on stream. Yeah, Town of Salem, amazing game though. Absolutely like about as fun as Deception games get.
Definitely a classic browser game.
It's had its share of controversies over the years though, because you remember it started off free, but then they released premium currency, DLC that was paid, and then when there was a big botting problem, they made the game cost money. You know, so it just gradually started to appreciate more and more in price, and so the player base started to dwindle down and down and down. But I kept playing it from not from start to finish, but like from 2016 to present. And I've been watching Simple Flip's Trouble in Terrorist Town series, and that is seriously some of the best YouTube content I've seen in years and years. Yeah, Town of Salem, it takes, no joke, 200 hours to be at a level where you can feel like you can play it confidently.
Wait, you're telling me those games have strategy?
Don't joke about that, please.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like the only times I ever played such games is like around actual campfires, right? Like in person. So I would never give it too much thought. I would always just kind of like, you're kind of just vibing anyway. You're kind of chilling.
Yeah. It's
Question
very
for
different with Town of
casters.
Salem,
What
of
is your
course, because this is
favorite
online
FPS single-player campaign?
game. What a
It's kind of
question.
hard. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of good ones.
I
I
would
can't
probably
really.
say
I don't really do
Half-Life 2.
favorites, but I would probably say like the thing is like I want to say Ultra Kill really badly, but it's not finished yet. So
Alright, looks like we are moving to the NA server.
it looks like we're swapping to a different server.
Oh, the ping is starting to recover a little. But it looks like the players are in universal agreement that the NA would be better. Hydration moment.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah, my favorite single player game that's not a like roguelike would be Half-Life 2, although recently I've been liking Doom.
Well, I really like the Doom 2016 campaign as well. I didn't like
I haven't played
Eternal
that
as
one.
much
I
because
only
it
played
seemed.
the Boomer one.
I like the simplicity of Doom 2016, like the way the levels were designed and stuff. It's really well polished as well.
Yeah, it's like
I
they
thought-
took the right lesson from Half-Life, because obviously the original Doom came out before Half-Life, and to me the least fun part of Doom by far is just like searching around the level looking for like the keys and then like backtracking because you have no idea where to go. But in a similar vein, Doom also has like, if you think of Doom as less of an FPS and more of a game where you dodge projectiles like a shmup, it has some really fun arenas for that, and yeah, Final Doom in particular, specifically Plutonia, that has some of the most fun arenas I've ever seen in an FPS. Even more fun than the ones I've designed.
I've only played the like modern Doom titles. I can't really speak on the really old one. I remember like I remember watching like I must have been really young. I must have been like 11 or something, and I was like at this. I went to this place, like a recreational thing, out of school kind of thing, to like give you something to do, and they had like this really old system there. And I remember seeing someone because they would project it onto like with like a projector like onto the wall, and they would just be playing like off the wall, like playing like the old like Duke Nukem or Doom or something like that, like they're really retro FPS and stuff. And it looked really like I didn't understand what's going on. Like everything looked the same, all the walls and stuff, but they were having fun.
Yeah. By the way, the reason why I referred to Final Doom Plutonia specifically is because actually one of the two people who designed that, it was designed by two brothers, and one of them actually went on to work at Valve and design maps for Half-Life, Half-Life 2, and Team Fortress 2. Specifically, he designed Dust Bowl, Gold Rush, Bad Water, Pipeline, and Thunderman. Yeah, the Casale brothers.
Interesting
Glad someone
batch
knows.
of maps. It's
Yeah.
very like you know, sometimes you see a mapper and you see a map and you're just instantly like, oh, that's this mapper because they have a very like a certain style or they do things a certain way. But like you know, if you showed me like first you showed me Dust Bowl and then you showed me Backwater, like you know, like you don't really immediately see that it's from the same person.
Well, he did make specifically. He didn't make the Dust Bowl from TF2. He made the one from TF Classic actually. So he designed Dust Bowl and Bad Water 9 years apart.
9 years apart. I mean, I guess that kind of shows then in the design.
Yeah, and yeah, I think I respect the guy a lot, obviously, because Plutonia is really fun, and I like Dust Bowl and I like Bad Water. And I do like Gold Rush a little as well, but I think with Pipeline and Thunderman, it started to go a little off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, Pipeline is very hit or miss. I've always been a bit of an enjoyer, but I have a Huntsman bias, right? So that's kind of why I like Pipeline.
Yeah.
But Thunder Mountain is like, I don't know. I've always felt like it's a generally liked map. Like I never really thought it was super great myself, personally, but it's definitely enjoyable. It has its ups, and I know a lot of people like, you know, they would die on the hill of saying that Thunder Mountain is a solid map, especially like the third stage. I think is very well liked. I think so.
My perspective is basically like I've been making maps for so many years, right? That it's like you end up being asked like, what maps do you like and stuff, and it's like I've started to realize that it's not actually about which maps I like or hate, because I sometimes like bad maps and hate good maps, right? It's actually about the percentage of people who play that map who are going to like that, and for like Bad Water and Upward, that's like seriously 95%, but for Pipeline and Thunderman, that's like 60%. So I think those
Yeah,
are kind of like objectively
good
worse maps in
metric,
that
yeah.
sense, even though a lot of people like them.
Yeah, it's a pretty objective metric in that sense. Like, because obviously a lot of people are gonna like be playing the maps, but it's going to be a very small amount of people that actually say like, oh yeah, I like this map, or this map is good, in my frame of reference, my views.
Yeah. If it's good enough for Steam's rating system that they use to review games, it's good enough for me, you know? So that's the perspective I take, basically. Because, like,
CTF
I remember...
Thunder Mountain above Payload Thunder Mountain. Can we get this manpower enjoyer out of chat?
God.
we do not talk about this game mode.
My favorite map in all TF2, basically since I was like 12, is Gravel Pit. Right? I just love the dynamic of choice it gives you as a player. But I think only about 70% of people who play Gravel Pit will like it. So I think Gravel Pit is like an objectively not that amazing map, but it's my favorite map in all of TF2, personally.
Sorry, what was that? I was reading something.
Yeah, I think Gravel Pit is a map that only 75% of people ish who play it will like it, but it's my favorite map in all of TF2, and I think it's not objectively an amazing map, but that doesn't stop me from loving it.
I think what's cool about Gravel Pit is that it shows off what attack defense could be, right? Like where you have this cool sort of like dynamic of having to hold two. Oh shoot! Where it's like the
Yeah, it's so fascinating where you have a constant choice of like which point you're attacking, but
yeah, sorry, that's I just lost my train of thought because
yeah,
I have to join the rest of you. Yeah, no, yeah. So very few maps actually have this gimmick, right? Like you can say Steel has it, but Steel has a very cool, unique take on it. Junction
Steel
has
did
it, but
Steel did
Junction
it a
is
lot better in my opinion. I think 90% of people who play Steel will like it.
Well, yeah, I definitely feel that Steel is like the way attack defense should have always been, essentially. In the sense because it's trying to do the thing where you pull people from one point and you get them to go to the other one so that your team can attack the one point again, right? Like you're kind of trying to pull people back and forth and then make them do certain things, which is really cool. You don't really get that too much on like Gravel Pit or Junction. On those maps it tends to be like, oh, people just commit on one of the two sides. Like on Gravel Pit, typically people they take the slope side. I think it's A, I might be mistaken, but it's the side with the slope that has the
A is the very much more sloped one. But,
yeah, it's kind of like really open and big slope, and then B is like a house in the middle of like.
Yeah, you're remembering it right. But the real fatal flaw of Gravel Pit, like it's so close. It does so many things right. It has blue go from drop down, so red can't really get like a forward hold over the point. It has minimal health packs in the point area, so blue doesn't actually hold the point area too easily after they take it first. It has a really long cap time, so that red actually gets a chance to come back and take the point area after after they lose it. But red's entrances into the point area are so bad. It takes them so long to rotate between them, and it's so exposed and doesn't give them any advantage over the point. So it just kind of fails in that regard.
I'm trying to join the STV still. That's why I'm not reacting.
So yeah, Gravel Pit is so close to being a perfectly designed map, but it just fails in one regard that just breaks all the gameplay so much that a lot of people just aren't going to like it, and I think that's kind of sad. But yeah, it's like having that perspective of the percentage of people who like something is so easy, because it's just like if someone's in chat hard defending Pipeline or Hydra, I can just be like, well, I'm not trying to say you're bad for liking this. I'm just trying to say the stats don't lie. It's not an amazing map.
Yeah, only 5% of people like this match. So.
Well, it's not exactly that. It's like usually at least 50% of people who play a map will like it. So the funny thing is that by not liking a map, you're almost always going to be in the minority. But obviously, a map which a small percentage of people like is just going to be objectively worse, because you can instead play upward that 95% of people are going to like.
There we go. Yeah, I got the right connect now. Got a weird STV before. All right, yeah. We go now, I think.
Hang on. There's a. I need to shift servers real quick. Yeah.
They're starting to kick you, Jessica.
So
They
mean.
want to get rid of you. They want a better caster, apparently.
Sorry, you got me.
Alright.
Alright, we're back.
Looks like we're about to get into the second map here.
Still says I'm. Oh.
I know that Hydra and Pipeline aren't that good, but I queue into them so often, and it's pretty much always a fun time.
Yeah, like
I'm
I have
surprised
nothing.
you would say that about Hydra, because the last 4 times I've queued into it, it's just hack v hack. It's always hack v hack.
I have nothing against like. There's nothing wrong with liking Hydra or Pipeline. It's just like you just can't claim that they're objectively like better than Upward or whatever. So like I can like Gravel Pit, and I don't, but it's not. I can't say it's the best map in TF2 because it isn't.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think that's definitely one of the best like metrics you could have for deciding on whether the map is like, you know, the best map or the worst map. It's just strictly that statistic. It does look like we're getting some gameplay on screen now.
Back to gameplay finally.
Very nice. Looks like the server's doing pretty well as well. Mostly it's NA ping
Yeah,
now,
everyone
but...
has about 100 ping more than they should, but it's better than them having 500 and occasionally like walking in place or
Exactly,
whatever.
and you know, consistent 100 is better than the whatever that was.
And they seem to be going at it with vigor, so
It looks like we're readying up. Yep. First round.
Yeah.
It does look like, yeah.
the first round never happened.
Count.
Troll gang never lost. Troll gang, troll gang.
Can we get a fresh start here for both
Yeah, can we
teams
get a
on this
new
map?
prediction?
Ooh.
Because
We
I
got a
need
first pick from the
Troll gang
sniper
again.
spot. Love to see it. Blue getting a second pick straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Some retaliation frags though.
2v3,
in favor
looking
of red.
disadvantageous for troll gang. Yep, just Quattro left, but he could pull it out.
Yeah, Quattro, we've seen him win these. But he doesn't have a bullet. Oh, he
an
does.
easy
He
dodge,
did manage to
but
bait a
second
shot.
shot gets him.
I mean, even just
now,
baiting out one
quick
shot is
capture
a
of
lot of
Gunslinger
value
guards.
for your team there. You know, it forces someone into hiding, or just in general not, you know, being able to be as aggressive as they would like to be. But sneaky, no bullet, but finding it from the hiding spot. Really
Wow.
resourceful.
A lot more points on the Gunspy gods than on the troll gang, but I believe so. I put my 420 in.
Yeah, right now it seems like a complete 180 from the start of this map before.
Yeah,
Hopefully that doesn't
taking
affect
an
the
early
troll gang
advantage,
too much.
but we know the troll gang, they've bounced back from worse.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
It looks like red is trying to hold off this push. Trying to snipe down at the window is actually a cool strat
Yeah,
of aggressing.
yeah, I've seen that a lot, and
much.
it is effective so far.
Oh my, the 4v1. Luna had
Except
no
for a
chance
Daredevil
there.
jump. Yeah, so far Gunspy God's absolutely dominant, but Troll Gang proving that they have some more surprises up their sleeve and taking a position on the point, and
See what just
something
happened?
just happened.
Yeah.
I've been change leveled, I guess. This is trouble. Let's hope that
Alright, it
doesn't
looks like
happen
we
again.
have some more technical difficulties. Just bear with us for a second here.
So yeah, Gravel Pit, awesome map, really fun, but I cannot say it's objectively better than Steel because it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it really isn't. It's funny though, because they used to play Gravel Pit before Steel was a thing, right? They played it in like Highlander and stuff, and it was kind of like the, you know, the Steel light before Steel kind of like became a thing. And even after they picked up steel, they went back to gravel pit here and there for certain cups and like trying out pro versions and stuff, trying to like improve the small things about the map. So you know, it's like it has seen some comp action as well. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, liking another reason why I like Gravel Pit so much is because liking Gravel Pit is a very 2009 thing to do.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, if you were to compare it to some little more modern maps, you definitely start to notice it's a bit old. But it does still like it works pretty well still, especially if you compare it to some other really old maps like Turbine and 2 Fort. They're also very old. Definitely play a little bit better. So.
Yeah, I like how, like with TF2, they didn't just like port over maps from TF Classic and make more maps in that style. They were actually very ingenious with a lot of the new maps. Like they authored Hydra, which was completely and utterly unique. They authored Gravel Pit, which was a very different take on attack defense. You know, I don't think 5CP was really a thing in TF Classic, but flag push modes definitely were.
Remember, wait. Sorry.
Alright, looks like we're back in the action soon.
Hell yeah! All right. Remember to do hot reload screen. Get the stuff like that. Get it all looking good.
Yeah, I never remember whether the 5CP like. Some people tell me 5CP had. Sorry, some people tell me TF Classic had control points. Some people tell me it only had flags. I never know what to believe.
I'm not entirely sure. I've not played TFC at all, so I could not tell you.
I haven't
But
played
it
it
looks like
much.
we're hopping right back into the action, folks. We got for you the second map in our grand final here.
Match starting. Prediction is still valid. We got some points rallied for Troll Gang in the end, and I believe they can do it. The Rothschild just had to sabotage Gunspy Gods first. Now morale for both teams is low, and Troll Gang always wins in that scenario.
Looks like the first pick does go out to the Gunspy Gods. Oh, he's getting refragged, and then but two get traded back. Actually, not looking great for blue team right now. Troll
Yeah,
Gang
2 versus 4.
kind of getting stuffed. Oh,
Just
the
Bro getting
3v1 on
surrounded and
point.
Luna getting picked off and
Yeah.
confident taunting on the point. An
I
early
feel like
lead
they
for
really
Gunspy
should have
Gods
like
once
taken
again.
initiative there when they were outnumbered. Like I feel like in a spot like that, you should be realizing like, okay, if I don't do anything here, someone's gonna show up from behind me and it's just over. Like,
Yeah, like
we'll see.
that's the skill they should have tempered from Slums, where that happens in a lot shorter order.
Yeah, exactly. Almost like the spy paranoia of constantly turning around and making sure that doesn't happen. That's
But
definitely
Troll
help you out in
Gang
this game mode.
bravely going on the point again, but Deprue does a drive-by knifing and puts that to an end.
Yeah, it's just one up on blue side. Not a great start, especially on the scoreboard. Like blue's barely making any points so far, but red confidently displaying. Almost a minute on the point now as well.
A devastating advantage, but Troll Gang's seen this before and they've pushed through it. So we'll see if they can continue that. Or a cheap snipe.
Yeah, that was a
but,
nice shot.
whatever you can
Nice
get.
little long-range shot through the window.
Gunspy Gang repeating the cycle by picking off several Troll Gang's members, but Quattro fighting hard as always, getting his bullet back, but unfortunately not getting to use it. Deprue confidently pushing forward, sees Just Bro and immediately retreats, hoping for the knife kill, but gets gunned down. And then Just Bro gets gunned down in return by a sniper. The other thing about this map is that like it can kind of become hard to push the point just because of the number of defensive sniping spots you have to account for. Because H-Zack almost got murdered there from the opposite window.
Yeah, there's so many angles you have to watch out for if you're peeking the window like that. It's very risky. Like you can make it work, but it's risky. It takes some good aim. Like you need to be consistent lining your shots at range. You need to like be aware of all the counter angles.
Incidentally,
It's rough.
Chachaplu from the Gunspy God team is going on a crazy kill streak, so nearly tripling the score of the guy below him.
Yeah, he's on a 12k. Wow, that's quite silly actually.
So that's been
a large number.
That's perhaps explains the intense advantage for the Gunspy Gods here. But the Troll Gang clutching it out almost, getting a
Yeah,
player
Shashi getting
on
taken
the point.
down. No longer on a kill streak.
But Quattro, despite all of his efforts, gets gunned down and the point starts slowly regressing.
Yeah, blue team really needs to make a move here quickly. They only have about 20 seconds left before the round ends. They
A
have
rough
some point
round, to be
time, so they
sure.
do get overtime, but you know, that's still, it's not a whole lot of cap time. Like, it's already fading, and by the time it reaches 0, it's not going to be a lot at all, so they're going to need to act
Could
fast.
they really be 3-minuted here? A cruel fate.
It looks like it, yeah. In a cruel twist of fate.
It's all up to you, Luna.
Oh, he gets one. No,
Oh.
no second. Oh, he walked off
Stepped
point
at the
for too long.
just
Yeah.
long enough for the
It's too
timer
bad.
to tick down. I don't know how anyone's calling that a good round, but that's a win for Guns by Gods and a confident one.
Yeah. If the morale for Troll Gang was hurting, it must be hurting even more now.
Let's just see. My belief in them is as strong as ever, and my 420 points are sitting on their shoulders.
It's a big bet. See a nice little pick coming out of Snacks here for the mid.
Yeah, Snacks has been consistently getting those snipes.
Yeah, he really likes that
Troll Gang really
window.
needs to change their strategies to avoid that window, I feel.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
But they've got a confident point presence, like they're so known for doing.
Looks like Sneaky's gonna try to
jumps
block
onto
it.
the point
Doesn't get anything.
with all his mustering all his courage, but it gets immediately knifed.
Did I see someone crater in the kill feed? Excuse me? Oh, there's a pit on this map. Maybe they...
Oh yeah. It is very possible to die of full damage though.
Yeah, but you would need to fall like 7 times or something. It's hard to...
Yeah, someone missed the strafe jump. Embarrassing. But Gunspy God's on the back foot right now, trying to claw back the point, but Luna gets the easy snipe from the bottom of the point area. Not the normal sniping position, but I think like that gave the advantage because Gunspy Gods are watching the window that they've been using to such effect. So Troll Gang, you know, they've adapted again, and it's rewarded them. And they're taking a very strong lead in this round. Although Sneaky trying to contest it and succeeding marvelously, it looks like.
Very
So
clean
that's
team wipe,
the point
yeah.
captured after just a minute, which is
Everyone
about
alive
as
for
long as
red
you'd
team,
expect someone to
everyone
hold it.
dead for blue team. It's kind of what you like to see if you're
Yeah.
on the red team there.
Mm.
I mean, it's a minute off the time for blue, so it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. But look, they'll have to
Especially,
prove that they
you
can do it again after that first round. They
Yeah,
have a
after
lot
that
of
first
proving to
round,
do,
you
but
know,
Luna's
you're happy with a minute.
jumping in confidently.
Our control point is being captured.
Troll Gang, you know, still a lot of hard work to do, but they are, if anyone's willing to do hard work, it's them. Oh, but Deprue knocking them all down, only dying to Luna. But Snacks jumps off the point, admitting his defeat, and that's a capture for Troll Gang.
I mean, that capture, I would criticize that capture because they were 3 down, so they just delayed 3 players, and they gave Red the faster spawns. Red was two players down who got better respawn wave because of that. So, like I think if the blue team had just delayed that cap for about 3 seconds, it would have been much better. But instead, they kind of rushed that, you know, and now immediately they trade the point back after about 15 seconds of holding it, which is not great at all.
Definitely not what you want, and maybe that'll be like maybe realization of that will be what the Gunspy Gods have over them. But so far, Troll Gang recapturing again after not too much time.
Yeah, it's
We'll see
actually
if they
like
can do
a
it
very
despite Sneaky's
fast back and
efforts.
forth here. Kind of cool.
Yeah, like no
but it's a big
confident
scuffle and
Gunspy
Red
Gods
actually
could
comes out
ever,
on top.
No amount of like advantage for Gunspy Gods could ever like shake the fact that these two teams are both very, very powerful. HZAC knife Sneaky and starts taking over the point area, and that's another capture for Troll Gang. Equal
Yeah, but
timers
it's once
right
again
now.
they're capping while they're already down like 2 players. So now they're down 3 players, and they're immediately getting recapped. They really should be more careful with these caps.
We have secured the control point.
Perhaps. But so far they've had a nice equal round, so it could end up working out for them at the end.
It's very back and forth so far. I think this might be the most back and forth one so far when it comes to like just how consistently it's like 20-25 seconds between caps.
HZAC gets a cheeky counter stab and starts aggressing the point. Here, I think is a situation where you want the point to be captured because the respawns were already so long and would have fallen right on the end of the capture, but no capture happened, and Gunsmoke starts to claw forward a lead,
Mission ends.
which will be quite tough for Troll Gang to get back, especially with the bold push towards their spawn from Gunspike Gods. Troll Gang
Yeah, the
letting them get a
lead.
taste of victory, no worries. Spoken like a true man.
And the lead is ever increasing. Blue is trying to get some picks. They're not quite getting enough though.
Mm.
Seems like they're losing more of the fights than they're winning right now. It's unfortunate.
And no aggression on the point. You know, I feel like that's the trademark. They need that to win.
Yeah, getting picks on their own is good and all, but if you're not getting that point time, then there's really no
And
point.
it looks like they realized that and they're going right for it. But only one of them, only Luna. So one quick pick could rid them from the point area. But the only person
Yeah.
capable of doing
In
that is
fact,
Scissors, who
here it
doesn't have a
comes. Yeah.
bullet. Oh, he grabbed a bullet back. Is this a pause?
This looks like a pause. Yeah.
Alright.
I wonder what it is this time. I mean, this might be the tag pause, right? This might be the tag pause where they do some strat talking and they do some figuring out what needs to change for them to win, because they started off very strong.
Mm. Yeah, so while this is going, I think I'm gonna go and replenish my water supply so I'm ready for the hydration requests ahead.
The inevitable hydration requests coming shortly. It's a shame. It's a shame we get so many of these technical difficulties. You know, some are warranted. You know, some technical difficulties are to be expected, but like happening time and time again is it's unfortunate. Fortunately, there's very little we can do about it. It looks like they did unpause though, so the gameplay will commence. See, it's overtime. We're gonna see any push coming out, or is it gonna be over? It looks like it's over. The blue team won't be able to touch, and so red gets a second round. So I think this is the point where if you're troll gang, you're really starting to sweat bullets. You're worried. You wanna start grabbing rounds here because it's gonna be rough if you don't. Being a bit of a mid here. Shots being missed left and right. Interesting. People not going for the melee fight. Oh, the guy in the 2v1 where both sides were out of. He actually. Oh, that was such an interesting situation. He was on in a 2v1. Everyone misses the shot. He gets the melee frag. He gets taken out by like a third party. Red team ultimately coming out victorious. Maybe blue gonna contest this cap. It looks like they have another pause.
There you go, hydration. I knew it would happen.
It was inevitable, especially when you said I need a refill for the hydration check.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter whether Trollgang or Gunsmoke Gods wins as long as someone wins.
Yeah, I think we've spent like the last 30 minutes sort of like trying to dodge around and just getting screwed over by technical issues. It's a shame.
The conspiracy.
I mean, if you're troll gang right now, you are very worried. You're down 2 rounds. They really need to start getting some round wins here if they want to get anything done. But well, I mean, it's not. We're not even going to get to that at this rate. Right. Looks like we will be swapping server again.
Yep. Did Improve just post the
Please bear with us for a
logs.tf
second.
link
Wait, what was that?
as a way to prove a point? Dude, the chat's getting all low tier god filled again.
Uh-oh. We don't like those. Mm. It looks like they unpaused. But I guess
That's
this
sad.
round won't. Yeah, I don't think this round is going to be relevant anymore. Pretty sure.
Yeah, we are supposedly swapping servers. For one, that's not very tough. I think you got it the other way around.
Oh, okay, there you go. I think that was just the game catching up.
Alright. By the way, the the posture check is kind of actually like more painful for me because I'm just sitting on like a tiny like DIY wooden chair.
Now you're going to make people redeem it even more. Don't ever tell people on the internet to not do something. It's the only thing they'll be
I
able
didn't
to think
tell anyone to
about.
not do anything. I accidentally turned on automatic subtitles on the Twitch stream. Big if true.
Posture check on a 6-minute cooldown? Unlucky.
Yeah, so it's like all these old maps like Gravel Pit and Hydra, and it's like the whole question of like what is good versus what people like. Like there was a big attempt at like a pastime renaissance in 2020, and pastime, it's no secret that it's not a very good game mode, but you had a bunch of people defending it because they liked it, you know. And it was kind of just like a dark time because like no one was really speaking from an objective standpoint.
The pastime is interesting. It's like this, what do you even call it? Like, it's like this accident, you know, and then it didn't really work, and then some people were like, oh, dude, let's just make our own maps for it and play 4v4 with a bunch of, like, soldiers. And then it's suddenly, like, the most fun game mode of all time. Actually, so interesting.
I don't know if 100% of people would agree with that, but I've seen video footage of it.
It's really satisfying. I mean, I'm a big, like, movement, you know, jump, trimp enjoyer, so, you know, it's a fun format.
Alright, so we're going to be maintaining the rounds that actually have concluded. So the score is currently 1 for Troll Gang and 2 for Guns by Gods. Yeah, you see, that's a beautiful thing about the percentage analysis metric is that like someone in the chat can say pass is fun and I can say pass is not fun, and we can like not spend hours pointlessly arguing about it, because it's like 60% of people who play pastime will find it fun, or thereabouts.
Pastime definitely has things going for it.
I would like a raise of hands in the chat. Say I like pastime if you like pastime, and I do not like pastime if you do not like pastime.
Maybe we should run a poll in chat.
Oh, that's even better.
Figure out what the stats say. Right.
The queue time for pastime, true. That's honestly another really good way to prove whether a game mode is good or bad. Like, are people willing to play it? Poll has been made, yes.
Poll has been made. Do you like pastime? This is the info we need. Alright. All right, I'm able to load back in now.
I don't know if
Very
queue times
cool.
are too misleading. I think there's a reason why the game modes that people don't queue for are special delivery, robot destruction, territorial control, pastime, manpower, etc. I think there might be a reason behind those particular ones. Also, the current poll is exactly 50-50, which is like, if we had a poll for do you like upward, I wonder how that one would go.
Yeah. I wonder if you get the 50-50 as well, just because people want to be contrarian and just have the RNG like space out.
One thing I can tell you is that I would vote yes.
I definitely do a bit of upward enjoying from time to time. It's true. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing about upward is just like you ask 100,000 TF2 players, and I think 950,000 of them are going to say they like it. You know, sorry, 95,000 of them are going to say they like it. And I think that's if someone did that experimentally, I would not be far off from the real figure because it's like, oh yes, one. So we now know definitively this is totally scientific. 55% of people who play pastime will like it.
Looks like there are some more technical issues popping up. What else is new? All right, chat. What do you guys do for fun? I play TF2.
I develop maps for TF2.
See what else I do for fun. I like going outside, long walks through the forest kind of thing.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, I live pretty close to a forest. Pretty nice. I mean, I play some other games too. Play other shooters and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, did I mention I play TF2?
Yeah. One
No,
game, I fall in and out of love with various games, right? But like I hardly even play TF2 that much anymore. I just prefer developing maps for it. But I think like one game I've consistently like never stopped wanting to play is Town of Salem. I could play 5 hours of that every day and never get burnt out. Hydration, yes.
hydration. Okay, this will give me an excuse to get up and stretch my legs because I'm out of water. So I will go grab some water. I will be right back.
Take the L. Thank you for the posture check. Now I can sit up nice and straight. I have the music muted because otherwise I would get echo of my own voice. Several, quite a bit behind. Tifted stare. Yeah, I'll try and give you as neutral a face as I can. Right, that works.
Hello, I have returned. Let's take a look at that. It's gesture.
Yeah,
And
Trollger
it is
again.
Trollgers.
Oh, sorry,
Very,
Trollgers.
it's a very well-defined event idea. Leaves a lot to the imagination. Maybe that's part of it, though.
I don't know many Roblox games. The
Favorite Roblox game? I can't say I've ever played Roblox. I'm not gonna lie.
the only one I really know of is that disaster survival one, where it's just a physics-based thing where it shakes up the whole map and like kills you if it feels like it.
I only know about like the game that is literally TF2, which is put in a Roblox.
Yeah, there's a clone of every game in Roblox. Roblox is basically like the free but like really bad way to play every major game. You can play Dead by Daylight, you can play Tower of Salem, you can play TF2.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it from like a developer's perspective. It's a good platform essentially for modding, right? For trying to create stuff within their like confines, like their engine, I guess, if you will. Like
I've
you know,
heard,
some people that enjoy like making stuff, programming and stuff, they can essentially recreate tons of little different game modes, which is pretty cool.
I think it's probably better just to develop stuff in Unity though, because it's reasonably easy to do, and you don't sell your soul to the Roblox company.
This is very true, and also generally developing your own thing is probably better than developing something for like as you know something like I don't know. If you have a good game idea, why would you constrain yourself to being within Roblox? You could, you know, make your own thing, monetize it yourself, not be limited by, you know, the platform and stuff like that. But I guess it just depends on how good your idea is. You know, maybe your idea isn't.
Yeah, as far as platforms for developing like a freelance prototype on, you pretty much don't ever get better than Unity. But if probably in the professional space, if you want a 3D game, I would say there's a better engine than Unity, and it's Unreal, because I think a lot of Unity games tend to end up not looking that good.
Well, Unity has a bad rep because there's so many bad like Unity games, right? That well, so that's the thing about Unreal, right? Like about Unreal games is that Unreal gets a
Yeah, that's
lot
why I
of
said in
bad
the
rep
professional
because a
space.
lot of people like they get the free version. You know, you get a lot of shitty games with like the free, like you see the thing at this, or no, I think I'm in Unity actually. Yeah, I think I'm mixing them up.
I get, yeah, like I said, like if you actually have like a company, then and you want to make a 3D game, I think it's better to use Unreal. But if you don't, then just you. I don't know. I looked at Godot, or however you pronounce it, and it just looks like a simpler version of Unity. Just learn Unity.
Alright, it looks like we're back to gameplay.
Yeah, we have gameplay,
Very
which is
cool. I think we're
exciting.
going to start in a second. The current
Yeah,
standings
so
are 2-1.
yeah,
Those
1
of
to
you
the
in
Troll
chat
Gang
who
and 2 to the
have not
Gunspy
been keeping
Gods.
track.
1.
Alright, let's see the rollout here.
Yep, we're back to the game.
Looks like Louis choosing to go for the spiral approach. Red is spreading out a bit more.
I thought you said Spiral, and I was about to be like, they're all spies.
5. 4.
I love accent humor.
Control point enabled. Move. Alert. The control alert. The control point is being alert.
Alright, well,
A bit of a mid-fight.
pretty
Looks like
even
Red
fight
does
so
pull out
far.
ahead.
Oh, yeah, it's suddenly got a lot less even. Just Luna, and doesn't look like the courage of Trogging is coming through yet.
Yeah, Luna not quite finding anything on the road either.
Oof, brutal knife on the TG member whose name I can't pronounce. And the rest of the team
Is it
falls
the really long
in
name?
quick succession. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother. That's I wouldn't bother trying to pronounce that. That's like a Dutch name. That's impronounceable for anyone that is not from there.
No offense to Polish people, but I don't even try pronouncing a Polish name.
Yeah, more power to you. You would just embarrass yourself.
Yeah.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
So Trollgang gets a few nice picks and gets a presence on the point, and Sneaky caught flipping his knife around, shot in the street. Not in the street, in the skylock, I guess. So yeah, Trollgang starts to take back that that advantage, captured after exactly a minute, which is right on the dot of how long I want it to be held. You know, as I was saying earlier, it's got to be captured within 30 seconds to a minute, and they captured it right on the nose.
Some fights coming out.
But
Blue actually
Alert.
taking
The control point is being captured.
taking a
yeah, they
loss there
all
out of that fight. With
quickly
one up
died,
now.
and Gunsway Gods going for a quick recapture.
I wonder if Quattro is going to try to get any picks right as they can. I guess not. Oh no, he's actually running back to spawn. That's smart, I guess. Grouping up with the team, not risking
Yeah, I've seen
it.
a lot of that in this tournament.
Yeah, it can be good to, get a cheeky pick right before they can, because it means they delay that one player very long, and it might give you a good advantage, but it is obviously very risky.
Point is being captured.
Probably better to wait for your team.
We've got more astrologer suggestions in the chat.
May I suggest
Yeah.
a Trojan tournament?
Rip
What
Troll
about
Gang.
battle medics, say now, or what about we combine Trollgers and the battle medics with the quick fix, And now I think we're starting to cook. Now we're cooking
With gas.
something. One-shot crossbow tournament. Well, I mean, the one-shot, we kind of have that thing here, don't we? I feel like we don't really want to mix up the gimmicks too much.
Troll Gang, another attack on the point. Their brave presence on the point yet again is scoring them at, almost. But they had to retreat there, and that was the end of them. So should have just been braver. And the advantage shifts more and more in Gunspy God's favor.
Yeah, they're really pushing it out, Will. They get a small player advantage, and they turn into a big one.
Oh, the respawn door clips through the roof slightly when it opens, but only slightly. And I think only on red side. But yeah, Trollgang going for the point again, and yet again a strong early presence on it. But what matters is whether they can survive, and unfortunately they couldn't yet again. Oh, but they're back on it,
Looks
and
like
they
they're
might
finishing up the
just get it.
capture. Not able to finish it up though.
Mission ends.
And I feel like
Well,
the way,
there's at least
the way
a lot
this
of
is so
cap time
effective for them
here.
is that like with that much cap time on the point, they can die and respawn and come back before it's even receded, so they can next time they go on the point they're at an advantage. And because of the way this tournament functions, where the enemy team is trying to hide in like a lot of corners, just rushing onto the point can get a lot of progress before they even know what's happening. So that's kind of Trollgang's overarching strategy, and it's worked well enough for them, but this round still looks pretty hopeless as Gunspy Gods
Yeah,
swarm
this
the
looks
point.
really rough for the blue team. Well, you know,
And despite
there's a bit of point contesting going on, but it's not enough. They're not able
despite
to.
incredibly
keep it
valiant
oh,
efforts
Quattro! Oh, he
from,
went for the hero shot. He missed
Trollgang,
it. That's
looks like
so
it's over.
unfortunate. There's a bit of a hero shot opportunity there by Quattro. If he had killed the first guy on point, he could have then gotten the second guy with the second bullet. But that's 3-1. So we have one more
Yeah.
round.
Unless
Potentially.
Trollgang wins, of course.
Yeah, this is potentially match point for the whole tournament. If
Yeah, this bracket
if
could be
Gunspy
claimed by
Gang,
Gunspy Gods this very next round.
yeah, if they take this, then they take the tourney.
So that's pretty exciting. But I have bet 420 channel points in Trollgang. So, you know, speaking of simple flips and Twitch predictions, one time he started a prediction on whether he would die on an odd or even level in Super Mario Maker, and in the middle of it, he was playing level and he was like, "I can make this." And his chat was like, "Make this level better," and he like exited the run and just made a copy of that level basically and tried to make it better in the middle of a prediction for like 2.5 hours. So incredible.
Great.
But Gunspy Gods again commanding an early capture of the control point and getting their picks on Trollgang, but Trollgang
it's
is
almost-
nice and grouped up
It's
so
almost
far, so they might be
disappointing
able to swarm back.
to see the Troll Gang not able to take the dub out of these mid fights.
Yeah, and with just 3 members left, although only 2 members of Gunspike Gods, so it could turn
Yeah,
out
this
well,
looks like a
especially
free
with just
cap for the blue
being armed
team.
with a gun against Scissors with just a knife.
Yeah, no hero
Yeah,
play
and
coming out of
that's a-
Sisters. He gets shot down.
Well, also because like when you're a knife wielding maniac against a gunman, you gotta charge in. That's the only way. If you hesitate the slightest bit, he'll just take aim, shoot, and you're dead.
Red coming in strong, but 2 getting traded out. Still looks okay for blue. Oh, but they lose another. Nah, that's gonna be the cap, surely.
Yeah, Gunspike Gods takes another fight and takes the point back, just never giving Trollgang any advantage, any in. Although
How
Quattro
did
fought
Quattro
valiantly
get
yet
that?
again.
Oh my lord. I was watching Quattro there, and it looked like he was not getting that frag, and then he did. That was beautiful.
He has a way of doing that. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Every time Trollgang gets an in, Gunspike Gods are just so quick to retaliate, and every fight they're getting at least 1 pick on Trollgang, usually more. So it's safe to say that both teams earn their keep, earn their name. And Trollgang's on the point yet again, but again the question is whether they can survive it. And I'll just let that play out because it's not over yet, and they still have a strong presence on the point. And it's up to
The stacks
Stacks,
coming in.
but
Oh, he does
he
get
trades his
one.
life. And
Yeah, getting one
trade
there
is
is
not
pretty
too
good
good
because
against 2
if
enemy
blue,
players.
yeah, because when blue finishes the capper, they're going to be delaying their own spawns. They're going to be speeding up the red team spawn. So that 1 pick is actually pretty significant. It's going to keep helping them because
maybe
right now,
so, 'cause,
so now Luna died,
yeah.
and that means Luna's spawn is actually longer because they already had a player dead. So that first pick, that first trade while they were capping is, you know, it's still being relevant right now. It's still affecting the spawn waves.
But that never got converted into an actual capture for red. But they are on it now, so maybe it will. HZAC jumping in like a true hero, but unfortunately the odds were just 2 against him.
Yeah, red do finally get the point back here.
Yeah, and even though the scores aren't that separated, it's still looking pretty dominant from the Gunspy gods.
Yeah, I agree. The score lines too. Like if you're looking at player performance, individual KDs and stuff like that, Gunspy Gods are just doing a little bit better.
However, Troll getting pretty grouped up right now, and again with a strong presence. Or Exec tried to sneak up behind the Gunspy gods, but was brutally
Chachi
punished
getting
for
2
it.
on point. Crazy
And
block right there.
turned into that. And
And a full wipe
Gunspy
on
gods yet
blue.
again returns to their favored camping positions and prepares for the next attack. But just broke, ready for
Ooh,
Sneaky's play.
Yeah, he was checking.
Hmm.
It's good. It's good seeing these players like realize that some of these players, they like to hide every time they camp, so they start checking corners. They start getting free picks.
Hmm.
Mission
It's
ends.
good because it's an adaptation. It might be a bit late, but adaptation like that is what they need if they want to bring it back right now. So
Snacks with a
it's good seeing
brutally
some.
efficient 3K.
Yeah, this man's long range capabilities are scary if you're on the other team. You see
Yeah, with
as much
the
as his head
advantage
peeking
slowly
out
growing.
at range, and you might just be dead.
Ends in
So
10 seconds.
definitely a force to be reckoned with.
It interests me to know like whether some of these are experienced sniper players, but the overtime, but with Troll getting like hopelessly out of position and all of their heroism and morale seemingly gone to the wind, it's unsure whether they'll be able to rally this. But they do.
that's
They get 2 on the point,
good.
and seemingly that's enough to recapture it. Truly, truly a team with an incredible amount of resolve.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
it's a matter of whether
there
they
are
can
2
keep it.
minutes left. It's not impossible. We can see it. We can see a reverse sweep here. It is possible. It's in the cards. We're just gonna need to see some good draw to get it out of these cards, because the potential is there. Players like Quattro and little hiding place like Luna just did.
Yeah, like if anyone
can go a
can
long
pull off
way.
impossible odds, it's Troll Gang, and that's what I'm here to see. Oof, but
Oh, but
Snacks
Snack's getting a bunch of picks.
murdering them
Sisters
all
as
yet
well,
again.
finding 2. Yeah, this is rough for blue. We're gonna need to see the biggest clutch play out of the guy with the impronounceable name. He does get 1. He doesn't
But
get anything else.
it's
too
too little,
bad.
too late.
And
And
just like that, we got
Gunspy
ourselves our
Gods
winners.
dominate the indomitable team, Troll Gang, and that's the end of it. Gunspy Gods, they take the NA bracket, the entire thing.
This the EU bracket.
Oh, sorry, the E bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, they take the bracket. That's what matters, and they've conquered the indomitable team. And
Yeah, so congratulations to Gunspy Gods for taking the dubs. And,
Troll Gang played well too, of course.
yeah, they still get to second place. Mind you, second place obviously still gets some rewards. So it's not like if you're second place, you're still pretty happy about this. I would say you're still content with how far you got.
Yeah, and I think Troll Gang they played like Chaz. They played on slums. It was an amazing match, and if you want to see more amazing matches on slums, you can come back and see the NA bracket tomorrow, where I'm sure anyone will pick slums. Oh, hydration. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's in a few hours.
It's tomorrow for me because it's AM, at 1 a.m. right now.
It's a technicality.
Yeah.
Right.
So after all that, I am Tifted. As I said earlier, I live in Australia. I've developed maps for TF2 for several years. You can check out my Steam profile, my tf2maps.net account, my Twitter. All of it will lead you to the same thing basically, and that's me out basically.
Yeah, and I've been Lecter, the color caster, and you can find my socials as well to do exposure quick caches with my YouTube, some fun stuff on there. Hope you check it out. Hope you enjoy it, and I want to thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the tourney, despite the rough times we've had, the struggles. We got there in the end. We managed to crown a champion. Shoutouts to NBL for production. Shoutouts to our lovely server host Mindset, and oh, I'm really bad with names. Oh, this is so embarrassing. And Cosmin, I'm sorry, that and for hosting the server. Shoutouts to Tifted and Alrex for making the maps for us, and the other community mappers, and the other mappers for providing the community maps that we were able to play.
What I'm waiting to see is when is the Thug finals between between Troll Gang and Gunspy Gods on Slums exclusively going to happen. But that's not for now, that's for later. So yeah, I am Tifted. I have casted this this grand finals, and it's been an honor.
Yep, and I've been Lecter. Thank you so much for watching again. This has been Fortress Faceoffs, the summer event, One in the Chamber. I want to thank you for watching again, and hope to catch you for the next format.
Yep, bye, I guess.